for the inspiring and enlightful remarks for today's event. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next agenda. The main agenda for our program today, diplomatic course, negotiation or meeting sessions will be led by the BOD chairs. Yeah, I would like to introduce to you all. In the right side, we have Mbak Sylvia, and then in the middle side we have Haikal, and in the left side we have Aiska. So you will be with the three of the chair, co-chair, and rapporteur until the end of the session today. So without further ado, let's invite our BODs today by giving applause. Okay. Okay, so for BODs, are you ready? Okay, so time is yours.
Alright, thank you so much, Mr. Hasbi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, delegates. Welcome to the short diplomatic course by International Relations, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Before going further, I'd like to emphasize a few things. The first one is the delegates are not allowed to documenting everything, including pictures or videos during the session, especially when you are delivering your speech, since we want to maintain the formality of the debate. And under the chair's discretions, there will be no working papers in this session. So please note that the only document that will be submitted later on is the draft resolutions. Under the chair's discretions, the only motion that is in order later on is only two types of motion, which are the moderated and unmoderated caucus. And delegates, it's a gentle reminder for the delegate to turn off your microphone every time you stop speaking. All right, currently we are expecting that the delegates are already familiar with the flow of the debate, so we really hope that you guys will have a really fruitful discussions. Without any further ado, let's begin this session by conducting a roll call. Starting from delegates of Algeria.
Delegate of Algeria is present and voting.
Delegates of Argentina.
The delegates of Argentina is present.
Delegates of Australia.
Delegates of Australia is present and voting.
Delegates of Bahrain.
Delegates of Bahrain is present and voting.
Delegates of Bangladesh.
Delegates of Bangladesh are present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Brazil.
The delegates of Brazil is present.
Delegates of Brunei Darussalam.
The delegates of Brunei Darussalam is present.
Delegates of Canada.
Delegate of Canada is present.
All right. Delegates of Chile.
Delegates of Chile is present and voting.
Delegates of China.
Delegates of China is present and voting.
Delegates of Cuba.
The delegates of Cuba is present.
Delegates of Egypt.
Delegates of Egypt is present.
All right. Delegates of Ethiopia.
Delegate of Ethiopia is present.
All right. Delegates, please louder. Speak louder. Delegates of France.
The delegate of France is present.
All right. Delegates of Germany.
Delegate of
Sorry, please turn on your microphone.
Delegate of Germany present.
All right. Delegates of Ghana.
Delegates of Ghana is present.
Delegates of Indonesia.
Delegates of Indonesia present.
All right. Delegates of Iran.
The delegate of Iran is present.
All right. Delegates of Ireland.
Delegates of Ireland is present.
All right. Delegates of Israel.
The delegates of Israel present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Italy.
The delegate of Italy is present.
Delegates of Jordan.
The delegate of Jordan is present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Kenya.
Delegates of Kenya is present.
Delegates of Kuwait.
The delegate of Kuwait is present.
Delegates of Lebanon.
Delegates of Lebanon.
Sorry, delegates? Please speak louder. Turn on your microphone first.
Delegates of Lebanon is present.
All right. Delegates of Libya.
Delegates of Libya is present.
Delegates of Malaysia.
Delegate of Malaysia is present.
Sorry?
Delegate of Malaysia is present.
All right. Delegates of Maldives.
Delegates of Maldives is present.
Delegates of Mauritania.
The delegate of Mauritania is present and voting.
Delegates of Mexico.
The delegates of Mexico is present.
Delegates of Morocco.
Delegates of Morocco is present.
All right. Delegates of Netherlands.
The delegates of the Netherlands is present.
All right. Delegates of Nicaragua.
Delegate of Nicaragua is present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Nigeria.
Delegates of Nigeria is present and voting.
Delegates of Norway. Delegates of Norway. Calling once. There is no delegates from Norway? All right. Delegates of Oman.
The delegates of Oman is present and voting.
Delegates of Pakistan.
Delegates of Pakistan present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Palestine.
Delegates of Palestine is present.
Delegates of Qatar.
The delegates of Qatar is present.
Delegates of Russia.
Delegates of Russia is present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Saudi Arabia.
Present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Senegal.
The delegates of Senegal is present.
Delegates of South Africa.
Delegates of South Africa is present.
All right. Delegates of Spain.
Delegate of Spain is present and voting.
Or delegates of Sudan.
The delegates of Sudan is present.
All right. Please speak louder. Delegates of Sweden.
The delegate of Sweden is present.
Delegates of Switzerland.
The delegate of Switzerland is present.
All right. Delegates of Syria.
The delegates of Syria is present and voting.
Delegates of Tunisia.
The delegates of Tunisia is present.
All right. Delegates of Turkey.
The delegates of Turkey are present and will be voting.
All right. Thank you. Delegates of Uganda.
Delegate of Uganda is present and voting.
Delegates of United Arab Emirates.
Delegates of United Arab Emirates is present.
All right. Delegates of United Kingdom.
Delegates of United Kingdom is present and voting.
All right. Delegates of United States.
The delegate of United States of America is present and voting.
Sorry?
Present and voting.
All right. Delegates of Venezuela.
The delegates of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is present and voting.
All right, delegates, thank you so much. We already have 54 delegates on the floor. So we can conclude that the simple majority is 27. So for you to pass any single motion later on, the motion has to be voted by at least 27 votes. I hope it's totally clear. So now we shall move to the next procedure, which is the GSL, or General Speakers List. In General Speakers List, delegates can speak for 90 seconds, and we will acknowledge only 10 delegates in these sessions. So for those delegates who wish to be added to the General Speakers List, please kindly raise your placards. Hold on. For those delegates who wish to be added To the general speakers list, please kindly raise your placards now. All right, delegates of Saudi Arabia, delegates of Algeria, delegates of Bahrain, delegates of Syria, delegates of Turkey, delegates of Germany, delegates of Israel, delegates of South Africa, all right, delegates of Iran, and the last is delegates of Brazil. All right, thank you so much, delegates. We already recognized 10 delegations in the general speakers list. So we will start from the speech coming from delegates of Algeria. Delegates of Algeria. Will coming from delegates of Saudi Arabia. Delegates of Saudi Arabia, your time will start as soon as you start speaking. The floor is yours.
Rabbi ishrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as the custodian of the two holy mosques, stands here today because the crises in the Levant are a grave threat to regional stability and an unacceptable affront to human dignity. The time for rhetoric is over. Now is the time for action. We perceive the situation in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine as a collective moral failure. Our commitment is rooted in Islamic principle of justice and compassion. This is a sacred duty for the entire Ummah, as Allah states in the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 2. Therefore, we proudly present the Levant Stability and Recovery Initiative, a clear and actionable framework including global arms embargo, stronger UN mandates, humanitarian safe zone, and a UN-facilitated regional peace conference. The time for hesitation is over. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is prepared to collaborate. Let us make this initiative a reality for a peaceful future in the Levant. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Saudi Arabia. Next is the speech from delegates of Algeria. Delegates of Algeria, your time will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, members of the Algerian delegation stood as a voice for those suffering in Palestine, where more than 50,000 lives have been lost, and nearly half of them being children. The Gaza Strip is devastated, the blockade persists, and the aid is hindered. Algeria supports an immediate ceasefire and the end to the blockade and full recognition of the state of Palestine in accordance with the 2024 ICJ opinion and the UN Charter. In Syria, Algeria rejects foreign interventions and believes that inclusive dialogue is the solution to peace. In Lebanon, Algeria supports full sovereignty and support the Lebanese people with diplomacy, full, and aid. Algeria is pushing for concrete action in this session to protect people caught in the conflict. Algeria yields back to the chairman.
All right, thank you so much, Algeria. Next speaker is delegates of Bahrain. Delegates of Bahrain, your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Kingdom of Bahrain expressed the concern over the worsening security and humanitarian crisis.
Sorry, delegates, please turn on your microphone.
In Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. This region faces political paralysis, armed conflict, and systemic human rights violations threatening both regional and international peace. In Syria, Bahrain reaffirmed the need for a political solution under UN Security Council resolution. We urge unrestricted humanitarian access and the protection of civilians. In Lebanon, the presence of armed non-state actors continues to undermine state authority. Bahrain calls for institutional reform and full respect for national sovereignty. Regarding Palestine, Bahrain reiterates its commitment to the two-state solution based on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital. The ongoing occupation, military escalation, and blockade of Gaza represent a severe humanitarian crisis. While Bahrain has normalized relation with Israel, we remain firmly committed to Palestinian rights. Dialogue must serve as a pathway to peace, not a substitute for justice. Lastly, Bahrain believes peace measured not by treaties, but by the dignity and security of people living under occupation. We urge this assembly to act with unity, courage, and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegates of Bahrain. Next is delegates from Syria. Delegates of Syria, your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Assalamualaikum, Your Excellency. How much longer must people...
Sorry, speaker, please speak louder.
How much longer must people in our region live in fear, without safety or dignity? Syria believes that peace and security will never be possible without full respect for national sovereignty. Since 2011, Syria has suffered from war, terrorism, and foreign military intervention. Over 500,000 people have lost their lives, and millions have been displaced. But Syria is not the only one. Palestine continues to face occupations and violence daily. In Lebanon, political instability is worsened by repeated external influence and unresolved regional tensions. These are not separate issues. They are connected symptoms of deeper injustice. Syria calls on this forum to take real action. We ask for the removal of all foreign forces from Syrian land. Security will only come when every country in our region is free to protect its people and decide its own future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Syria. Now we shall move to the next delegates coming from Germany. Delegates of Germany, your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as of July 2025, Middle East...
Sorry, delegates, can you speak louder in order for others to hear it clearly?
As of July 2025, Middle East, especially Gaza, face a deepening humanitarian crisis. Over 2 million civilians and refugees are trapped in war zone, struggling with famine, collapsed healthcare, and restricted aid access. This ongoing conflict in the Middle East reminds us of the importance of international cooperation in responding to threats, terrorism, and humanitarian crises affecting Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria. That is why we gather here to reach a common goal of peace, a life without violence, without oppression, and without injustice. Freedom can only be achieved if Palestine ensures lasting security of Israel, and likewise if Israel ensures lasting security for the Palestinian people. We, Germany, see the UN Charter as a reflection that stands against the world, where we only recognize our own humanity while ignoring the humanity for others. This charter calls us to build a global order that is just, equal, and grounded in human solidarity, not in unilateral interests. Through this, we call more countries to realize the importance of fulfilling our shared commitments and begin taking real action to achieve lasting peace for all nations. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Germany. The next is delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Turkey, you may have a floor.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Turkey rises here today with a clear voice and resolute purpose. As a nation at the crossroads of continents, cultures, and conflicts, Turkey bears not only the weight of its own security, but the responsibility to contribute meaningfully to the stability of our region. In Syria, Turkey engagement is grounded in necessity and guided by principle. Our border must remain secure against terrorism and separatism, but our vision extends beyond security. We support a sovereign, unified Syria free of militia, grounded in legitimate institutions, and welcoming to the millions of displaced Syrians we currently shelter. In Lebanon, Turkey exercises restraint, not detachment. Our support is subtle yet strategic, rebuilding after disaster, advocating for sovereignty, and standing firmly against external provocations, particularly those that threaten to pull Lebanon into wider conflict. And in Palestine, our commitment is unwavering. Turkey stands for justice, for dignity, and for establishments of free Palestinian state within the 1967 border, with East Jerusalem as its rightful capital. Let this council recognize that peace is not merely an absence of war. It is the presence of justice, the restoration of rights, and the courage to act when others remain silent. Turkey stands ready to lead.
Apologies, delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, delegates of Israel, your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Israel stands before this assembly with a clear message. No nation should have to endure constant threats to its sovereignty and the life of its citizens. For years, Israel has faced rocket fire from Gaza and attacks from Lebanon by armed groups who openly calling for our destruction. We do not seek war, but we cannot allow our people to live in fear. Every action we take is defensive, not for glory. The right to self-defense is enshrined in international law and the UN Charter. Expecting any nation to stay passive in the face of terror is unjust. We acknowledge the suffering on all sides, but the blame lies with those who choose violence over dialogue and reject the possibility of peace. Israel calls on the international community to reject all violence against civilians and support nations in their legitimate efforts to protect their people. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Israel. We shall move to the next delegates of South Africa. Your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, our country is deeply connected by the continued deterioration of the security situation in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. The humanitarian consequences of ongoing conflict in this region are devastating and inacceptable. Our country reference in unwavering support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of all three nations. In Palestine, we condemn the ongoing occupation, the use of excessive force against civilians, and the continued expansion of illegal settlement. A just and lasting peace in the Middle East must be based on the two-state solution, in line with international law and relevant UN resolution. In Syria, our country called for a comprehensive political solution led by Syrians themselves. Military approaches have only deepened the crisis, and we stress the importable delegation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of South Africa. Next is delegates of Iran. Delegates of Iran, you may have a floor.
Assalamualaikum, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim ajma'in. Faya ayyuhal mursalin wa ta'awanu 'alal birri wat taqwa wa la ta'awanu 'alal ismi wal 'udwan. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable chairman and honorable fellow delegates. Iran actively promotes Muslim solidarity and support Palestine, Syria, Lebanon in various international forums. Iran also provides humanitarian aid to Gaza and Lebanon and support Hezbollah through funding, training, and weapons. In Syria, Iran supports the Assad regime in the fight against ISIS and maintaining logistic route to Lebanon. This policy strengthens the Iran-Syria-Lebanon axis, a counterweight to Israeli and the West, and reflects our nation's commitment to regional stability and support Palestine cause. Our nation is here to offer various solutions, such as encouraging Muslim countries to form a diplomatic alliance, to establish an international forum to put economic and political pressure, continuing to support two-state solution, and strengthening the country and balancing support in Lebanon. We must also work together to find solution to the problems in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, so that the ceasefire and invasion can be stopped peacefully and there will be no more conflict in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Iran. The last is delegates of Brazil. Delegates of Brazil, your 90 seconds will start as soon as you start speaking.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, and distinguished delegates. Martin Luther King once said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." These truths remind us that the securitizations that happen in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine is not isolated. The humanitarian crisis caused by conflict, displacement, and the threatened global justice and our shared humanity. The delegate of Brazil firmly believes that although security concerns are important, they must never come at the expense of humanitarian aid or the basic right of millions. Over 7 million people have been displaced, with many more lacking food, shelter, and medical care. We propose a global framework built on the 3 pillars. First, ensuring supporting inclusive and sustainable development. The second is unobstructed humanitarian access so aid reaches all in it. And the third is promoting regional cooperation based on the sovereignty, trust, and diplomatic dialogue. The urgency is clear. Together, we must act decisively to ease suffering and uphold justice and peace. Through sincere multilateral diplomacy and coordinated humanitarian effort, we can build a stable and just future for these regions and the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Brazil. We have already conducted the general speakers list, and now before going to the motion statement, chairs are looking for one specific motion just to open the debate. Once again, only one specific motion just to open the debate. All right, delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Please raise your placard. All right, delegates of Nicaragua, please state your motion just to open the debate.
The delegate of Nicaragua would like to open the debate.
Thank you so much, delegates of Nicaragua. Under the chair's discretion, this motion automatically passes, and now we shall move to another motion statement. For those delegates who want to raise motions, please, hold on. For those delegates who want to raise a motion in this session, hold on, delegates. For those delegates who want to raise a motion on this session, please kindly raise your placard now. All right, delegates of Brazil. Yeah. All right, delegates of Brazil, you may state your points or motions.
The delegate of Brazil would like to raise a motion for moderated caucus for 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
Sorry?
Sorry. The motion is about strengthening humanitarian efforts to counter the negative impacts to securitization on aid and civilians.
Can you speak slower? Strengthening
humanitarian efforts to counter the negative impacts. To counter the negative impacts of securitization on aid and civilians.
Of securitization?
Securitization on aid and civilians.
And civilians. All right, mention the duration, delegates. Please mention the duration.
The duration is for 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes for 2 minutes individual speaking time.
All right, 222, right? 2022, sorry. All right, delegates of Brazil. Sorry, can you repeat your motions? Securitization on aid.
Strengthening humanitarian efforts to counter the negative impacts of securitization on aid and civilians.
All right, we have the 2 more slots for motions. For those delegates who want to raise the points or motion, delegates, hold on. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, please raise your placards now. Delegates of Nigeria, you may state your points or motion.
Motion for 10 minutes with a 1 minute speaking time, moderate causes to discuss political stabilization effort a post-war Syria.
Sorry, delegate, can you repeat it?
Motion for 10 minutes with
10 minutes.
10 minutes with a 1 minute speaking time, moderated causes to discuss political stabilization.
Political stabilization.
Okay. Efforts in post-war Syria.
In post-war?
Syria.
Syria.
Thank you.
Political stabilization in post-war Syria for 10 to 1, right? 10 minutes and 1 minute individual speaking time, isn't it? All right.
Yes.
All right, one more slot for the motions. Hold on, delegates. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, please raise your placard now. Delegates of China. All right, delegates of China, you may state your points or motions.
The delegate of China would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus.
Sorry, for?
For a moderated caucus on the topic refugee assistance and protection in Lebanon and Syria, with 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
Sorry, can you repeat it? Refugee assistance?
Refugee assistance and protection
And
in Lebanon
protection in Lebanon?
and Syria.
And Syria. All right, the duration is 20 minutes total.
Yes, and 2 minutes speaking individual.
All right, 20 to 2, yeah? All right, delegates of China, 20 to 2. Okay, thank you. And now, we're gonna move to the voting, procedural voting, starting from the most disruptive one, coming from delegates of Brazil. Sorry, delegates of Brazil, yeah. The topic is strengthening humanitarian actor to control negative impact of securitization on aid and civilians. For those delegates who are in favor, sorry, I have to remind all of you that you have to get 27 votes in order to pass any single motion. And no one can abstain. It's either you have to vote in favor or against the motions. I hope it's clear. All right, we're going to vote the motions coming from Brazil under the topic strengthening humanitarian actor to control negative impact of securitization on aid and civilians. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard. Come on, delegates, raise your placards high and firm. Hold it like this, high and firm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, since we only got 17 votes for this motion, so this motion is failed. And now we shall move to another motions coming from delegates of China. Delegates of China raised the motion under the topic refugees assistance. All right, sorry, it's my bad. The next motion is coming from Nigeria. The motion is political stabilization in post-war Syria with total time 10 minutes and 90 seconds for individual speaking time. For those who are 60 seconds for individual speaking time. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard now. Raise it high and firm, delegates. Only 2, 3. High and firm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 delegates. All right, who are against the motion? Against the motion, please raise your placard. No one can abstain, delegates. It's either you are in favor or against the motion. Who are against the motion? Yeah, raise it high and firm. Against the motion. Yeah, raise it high and firm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. All right, this motion is failed. And now we shall move to the last motion in this session. Delegates, please be aware that this is the last motion. If this motion is failed, we're going to go back to the general speakers list. So please, we highly encourage you to vote for this motion. The motion is coming from China under the topic Refugees Assistance in Protection in Lebanon and Syria. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard now. Raise your placard high and firm, delegates. All right, we got 27 for this motion. Congratulations, this motion is passed. So now we shall move to the next speaker. For those who want to be added to speak upon this motion, please raise your placard, delegates. All right, delegates of Turkey, delegates of Canada, delegates of Ethiopia, delegates of Bangladesh, delegates of Argentina, delegates of Ghana, delegates of Nicaragua, all right, delegates of Malaysia, delegates of Netherlands, and the last is delegates of Pakistan. All right, we have already recognized 10 delegates to speak upon this motion. Delegates of China, would you like to speak first or last?
We would like to speak last.
All right, so there will be 9 delegations who speak before China. The first delegation who speak upon this motion is delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Turkey, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Calling once.
The Republic of Turkey views the Syrian security crisis as a multidimensional conflict rooted in authoritarian governance, sectarian division, and the failure of both domestic and international actors to protect civilian and uphold sovereignty. Turkey believes the Assad regime's violent suppression of peaceful protests in 2011 marked the catalyst from the prolonged civil war, which later evolved into a battleground for regional and global power. Turkey strongly opposed the regime's war crimes and chemical weapon use, and it continued to support a political transition in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. Turkey also highlighted the destabilizing role of non-state armed groups, particularly terrorist organizations such as ISIS and the PKK affiliate YPG in northern Syria, whose presence threaten both Syrian territorial integrity and Turkey national security. From Turkey's perspective, the conflict has long surpassed Syria borders, posing a direct threat to regional and international stability. Turkey also faces persistent cross-border attacks and security risks due to the fragmentation of authority in northern Syria. While Turkey acknowledges the involvement of major international actors such as Russia, Iran, and the United States, it advocates for a balanced approach that prevents Syria unity and support inclusive political dialogue led by Syrians themselves. Turkey remains committed to safeguarding its border, preventing further radicalization and ensuring that northern Syria does not become a haven for terrorist entities.
Sorry, delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you so much. Next is delegates of Canada. Delegates of Canada, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Canada welcomes the motion on political stabilization in post-war Syria and fully support opening a moderated caucus on this vital topic. For over a decade, Syria has endured a devastating civil war that has cost over 500,000 lives, displaced millions, and collapsed national institutions. Canada firmly believes that military solution cannot achieve sustainable peace. What Syria needs now is a political pathway inclusive, accountable, and internationally supported. Canada fully endorsed UN Security Council Resolution 2254, which outlines a roadmap for a Syrian-led political transition, including a new constitution, free election under UN supervision, and the establishment of a non-sectarian governance structure. Canada is proud to have contributed to both humanitarian relief and development support, but we call on all member states to reaffirm their commitment to diplomatic resolution, not military entrenchment. We must also ensure that reconstruction efforts are not used to legitimize impunity or further entrench authoritarian control. Let us use this caucus to identify constructive ways to support a just, inclusive, and durable peace in Syria. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Canada. Next is delegates of Ethiopia. Delegates of Ethiopia, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates.
Sorry, delegates, please speak louder.
Okay. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, the delegate of Ethiopia recognizes the urgent need to encase refugee assistance and protection in Lebanon and Syria. Millions have been displaced because conflict, economic collapse, and insecurity, many of whom now live in overcrowded camps with limited access to healthcare, education, and legal protection. We pursued the importance of international solidarity, including sustainable funding for UNHCR and local NGO. Protection must go beyond shelter, ensuring dignity, legal status, and the prevention of forced return in violation of the principle of non-refoulement. We urge this meeting to prioritize safe humanitarian access, burden sharing mechanism, and durable solution, including voluntary reparation, local integration, or resettlement. Let us not act not just in response to crisis, but in commitment to human and dignity responsibility. Thank you. Back to the chair.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Ethiopia. Next is delegate of Bangladesh. Delegates of Bangladesh, you may have a floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Bangladesh welcomes a motion brought forward by China and strongly emphasizes the urgency of addressing the worsening refugee crisis in Syria and Lebanon. With the decades of experience as a host of nations, over 1 million forcibly displaced Rohingya, Bangladesh understands the immense strain to refugee influx places on the local communities, economic and social services. We also understand that refugee protection is not a charity. It's a matter of justice and shared global responsibility. Mr. Chairman, in the context of Lebanon and Syria, Bangladesh urges the international community to prioritize, first, equitable burden, sharing host countries must not be left to shoulder the crisis alone. Second, scaling the support for the UNHCR and regional refugees to response plans, including direct funding and logistical coordination. Third, ensuring legal protection and safe life conditions for refugees, especially women and children and people with disabilities. In compliance with the 1951 Refugee Convention. Mr. Chairman, Bangladesh also proposes the creation of regional coordination platform supported by the UN to align humanitarian efforts, improve data sharing, and avoid overlaps. As we all said in this room, our flag behind us, let us not forget the millions with no flags, no home, and no voice, only hope. We owe them more than statements. We owe them actions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Bangladesh. Next is delegates of Argentina. Delegates of Argentina, your time will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairs, representative of the various countries. Argentina upholds a foreign policy grounded in the principle of peaceful conflict resolution, respect for international law, and the unwavering defense in human rights. It was gravely concerned by the humanitarian situation in Syria and condemned the human rights abuse and acts of violence perpetrated against the civilian population. As from our support from our government, we run the Syrian program, a humanitarian visa program that supports Syrians to flee to seek protection and provide the best facilities in Argentina, which also collaborates with the international organizations such as the United Nations High Commissioner and Refugees and International Organization for Migration in managing migration and refugees and supporting global negotiations for fair and human migration governance. In addition to the visa program, we also provide a scholarship program for 1,000 Syrian refugees, which open up opportunities for them to get higher education and better life in Argentina. This program shows Argentina's solidarity with refugees and our country's commitment to helping overcome the humanitarian crisis caused by the Syrian conflict. Turning to Lebanon, Argentina has been a contributing nation to the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon since 2006. For nearly 2 decades, we have played an active role in providing logistical. However, due to the recent escalation of conflict between Hezbollah and Israel forces in southern Lebanon, the government of Argentina decided to withdraw its military contingent from UNIFIL in November to ensure the safety and security of our personnel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, delegates of Argentina. Delegates of Bangladesh, please turn off your microphone. It's a gentle reminder for all of the delegates, you have to turn off your microphone every time you stop speaking. Thank you. Next is delegates of Ghana. Delegates of Ghana, you may have a floor. Thank you.
Thank you. The Republic of Ghana expressed its deep concern in the motion that China submit on the refugee crisis in Lebanon and Syria, which continues to worsen due to prolonged conflict. Millions of refugees have lost their homes and their future, and host countries, especially Lebanon, face heavy pressure in receiving large numbers of Syrian and Palestinian refugees. As a major contributor to the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, mission since 1978, with over 850 troops, including the largest contingent of women, Ghana is committed to maintaining stability and security in Lebanon. We believe that strengthening the UNIFIL mandate is crucial to protecting civilians and supporting the effective distribution of humanitarian aid. Ghana calls on the international community to strengthen cross-border aid mechanism without hindrance and condemns all attack on humanitarian facilities that exacerbate the suffering of refugees. An inclusive, Syrian-led political solution remains the key to ending this crisis sustainably. Let us unite in supporting the right of refugees, respecting international law, and strengthening peace efforts for safe and dignified future. Thank you. Back to the chair.
All right, you don't need to yield the time to the chair since this is the speech in the motions. The yield back only conducted in the general speakers list, okay? All right, thank you so much, delegates of Ghana. Next is delegates of Nicaragua. Delegates of Nicaragua, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Thanks for your opportunity. The conflict in Lebanon and Syria are crucial for Nicaragua as the states aligned with Nicaragua's foreign policy principle of opposing imperialism and supporting state sovereignty in accordance with the UN character. Nicaragua views Israeli aggression in Lebanon and Syria as a violation of international law and threat to human rights. Nicaragua has taken firm action in international forums as a form of Nicaragua's support for Lebanon and Syria. Nicaragua has actively taken diplomatic and legal action in the Lebanon, Syria. In October 2024, Nicaragua severed diplomatic relations with Israel in strong protest against what is considered a genocidal attack in the Palestinian people in Gaza, the impact of which has also spread to Lebanon and threatened Syria. Nicaragua's action reflects its commitment to rejecting Israeli military aggression and promoting a peaceful settlement and upholding international law in the conflict area. Thank you.
All right,
Back
thank
to
you
the chair.
so much, delegates of Nicaragua. Once again, I have to remind all of the delegates that you don't have to yield the remaining time to the chair, since this is the speech upon the motions. All right, the yield back remaining time only available in the general speakers list. I hope it's clear. And now we shall move to the next delegates. Delegates of Malaysia, you may have a floor.
Malaysia believes that a comprehensive and sustainable solution.
Sorry, delegates, please speak louder and clearly.
Malaysia believes that a comprehensive and sustainable solution in Lebanon and Syria must be based on the principles of international law, justice, and respect for sovereignty. For Lebanon, the international community must increase economic and technical assistance to help Lebanon overcome its financial crisis and strengthen state institutions. Lebanon requires substantial economic support to address its fiscal challenge and to rebuild infrastructure damaged by recent conflicts. Malaysia advocates for the establishment of an international reconstruction fund for Lebanon with a transparent governance mechanism to ensure the effective use of resources. For Syria, humanitarian aid must be scaled up to support internally displaced persons and facilitate the voluntary return of refugees. Malaysia advocates for the lifting of unilateral sanctions that hinder humanitarian operations and reconstruction efforts. Malaysia supports a Syrian aid political process that ensures the participation of all Syrian stakeholders and respects the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Malaysia. Next is delegates of Netherlands. Delegates, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of the Netherlands emphasized the importance of refugee assistance in protection in Lebanon and Syria, who are facing worsening humanitarian conditions due to protracted conflict and regional tensions. We highlight the urgent need for a coordinated and sustained international response in the provision of assistance and legal protection of the refugee. We invite the international community to, first, ensure unhindered access for refugees to basic services such as education, health, food, and clean water. Second, strengthen refugee protection mechanism in accordance with international standards, including legal status, protecting from discrimination and guarantee of socio-economic rights. Third, promote multilateral cooperation in addressing the refugee crisis, including the provision of adequate humanitarian funding and support for agencies such as UNHCR. Lastly, reaffirm commitment to long-term solutions, including the protection of refugee rights and the fulfillment of their aspirations in a fair, dignified manner. The Kingdom of the Netherlands believes that only through global solidarity and respect for the human rights of the refugee, we can overcome the ongoing crisis and build a more stable future for the region. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Netherlands. Next, delegates of Pakistan. Delegate of Pakistan, you may have a floor.
The delegation of Pakistan wishes to draw this committee's attention to the increasingly dire situation faced by refugees and internally displaced persons in Lebanon and Syria. The refugee burden on host communities threatens regional stability and basic humanitarian standards. Pakistan, as a country with decades-long experience in hosting refugees from Afghanistan, understands the immense social, economic, and political pressure faced by frontline states. We therefore strongly advocate for a comprehensive and coordinated approach to refugee assistance that is grounded in solidarity, burden sharing, and respect for international humanitarian law. Pakistan believes that greater international support, legal protection, and the lifting of harmful restrictions are essential to restoring dignity and hope for displaced persons in Lebanon and Syria. Furthermore, Pakistan emphasized that refugee protection must be based on dignity and choice. The return of refugees must be safe, voluntary, and conducted in accordance with international law and the involving security realities on the ground. In conclusion, we believe that refugee crises are not the responsibility of a few countries. They are the shared task of our global commitment to justice, compassion, and human rights.
All right, thank you, delegates of Pakistan. And the last is delegates of China. Delegates of China, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, China reaffirmed its unwavering support for Syrian and Lebanese refugees through collaboration with UNICEF and providing financial and educational assistance, especially for children. More than 200,000 people, including Lebanese and Syrian refugees, have been displaced, seeking refuge within Lebanon and across borders, putting immense pressure on Lebanon's already overwhelmed humanitarian and social services. China calls for enhanced international cooperation to provide sustainable humanitarian assistance, infrastructure building, and capacity building support to ease refugee pressure and support host communities. China is committed to assisting through development projects and technical cooperation aligned with Lebanon's priorities and the Belt and Road Initiative framework. With the aim of advancing economic revival and social stability, we urge all stakeholders to work constructively and inclusively to ensure a peaceful, stable, and prosperous future for Lebanon and Syria by addressing the refugee challenge with compassion and pragmatism. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of China. Delegates, we have already conducted the first session of moderated caucus. So now we shall move to the next motion statement. For this session, we still highly encourage delegates to propose a motion for moderated caucus still. All right, delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Please kindly raise your placard now. All right, delegates of Ethiopia, you may state your points or motions.
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to raise a motion for moderated caucus, and the topic is about reviving two-state solution to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon. And total time is 20 minutes and 2 minutes for individual speaking time. Thank you.
Delegates, can you repeat your motion?
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to raise a motion for moderated caucus, and the topic is reviving the two-state solution to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon. For total time is 20 minutes, and individual speaking time is 2 minutes.
Reviving
the two-state solution.
The two-state solutions
to address
humanitarian crisis
in Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon.
Syria and Lebanon. All right, thank you so much, delegates of Ethiopia. 20 to 2, right? All right. 20 minutes total time and 2 minutes individual speaking time. All right, delegates, we shall move to the next motion statement. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, please raise your placard now. Delegates of Syria, you may state your points or motions.
The delegate of Syria would like to raise a motion for a moderate caucus for 20 minutes total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
The topic is?
To discuss about strongly reject foreign military intervention that worsens conflict and destabilization in Middle East.
Sorry, can you repeat the topic, delegates? Strongly
reject foreign military intervention that worsens conflict and destabilization in Middle East.
Strongly reject military forces.
Foreign military intervention
Military interventions
that worsens conflict and destabilization in Middle East.
that worsens conflict
and
yeah
destabilization in Middle East.
Destabilization, sorry?
In Middle East.
In Middle East. Mention the duration once again, delegates. The duration.
20 minutes total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
All right, thank you so much. And now we shall move to the next one more motion. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motions, please kindly hold on, delegate, hold on. Please, I haven't finished yet. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, hold on, delegates of Saudi Arabia. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, please raise your placard. Delegates of Russia, please state your points or motions.
The Russia Federation, the delegates Russia would like to raise a motion for moderated caucus for 20 minutes and 2 minutes individual speaking time. And the motion is strengthening international cooperation to address the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip.
Strengthening international cooperation
To address
the
humanitarian crisis in Gaza Strip.
In Gaza Strip. (22:2), right? Delegates, 20 minutes total and 2-minute individual speaking time, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. All right, delegates, we have already got 3 motions on the floor, and now we're gonna vote the motion, starting from the most disruptive one, coming from delegates of Ethiopia, under the topic reviving the two-state solution to address humanitarian crisis in Syria and Lebanon. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. High and firm. Come on, delegates. We need at least 27 votes to pass this motion. All right, since we got only 18 votes, this motion is failed. So now we shall move to the next votes coming from delegates of Syria, under the topic strongly reject foreign military intervention that worsens conflict and destabilization in the Middle East. For those who are in favor with this motion, delegates, please raise your placard. Raise your placard high and firm. Come on. All right, since we only got 16 votes, this motion is automatically failed. So now we shall move to the last motion coming from Russia. Please, we highly encourage you to vote on this motion. The motion is strengthening international cooperation to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza Strip. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. All right, since it's more than 27, this motion is passed, so we can move to the speakers. For those who wish to speak upon this motion coming from Russia, before Russia, would you like to speak first or last?
Last.
All right, thank you. So there will be 9 speakers before Russia, and for those who wish to speak upon this motion, please raise your placard. Delegates of Ethiopia, delegates of United Kingdom, delegates of Iran, delegates of Saudi Arabia, delegates of Oman, delegates of Uganda, delegates of Sudan, delegates of Spain, delegates of Indonesia, all right, thank you, delegates. You can lower your placard. We have already got 10 speakers upon these motions. So we shall start the speech. The first speech coming from delegates of Ethiopia. Delegates of Ethiopia, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. Pardon me. Can you repeat the topic about the topic that Russia gave to us?
Yeah, the topic is strengthening international cooperation to address the humanitarian.
Humanitarian.
Wait a while, delegates. Yeah, to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza Strip.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep, welcome. Come on, delegates of Ethiopia, state your speech.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation.
Please speak louder, delegates. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Ethiopia stresses that the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip has reached an alarming level with over 55,000 deaths, 17% of infrastructure destroyed, and over 2 million civilians facing acute hunger and displacement. We believe the international cooperation must be reinforced not only in delivering humanitarian aid, but in removing political and military barriers that obstruct its access. Ethiopia urges all member states to uphold their commitment to international humanitarian law and to work collectively through the United Nations and regional organizations to ensure safe, rapid, and sustained humanitarian life. This is not a time for silence or inaction. It is a moment to demonstrate unity, compensation, and global responsibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Ethiopia. Next is delegate of United Kingdom. Delegates of United Kingdom, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the United Kingdom expresses its strong support for the motion to strengthen international cooperation in addressing the humanitarian crisis in the state of Gaza. The situation in Gaza is deeply alarming. Thousands of civilians are facing displacement, food insecurity, and the collapse of essential infrastructure. This is not a merely regional concern. It is a global humanitarian emergency. The United Kingdom believes that only through coordinated international efforts led by the United Nations and supported by all member states can we ensure the effective delivery of humanitarian aid, uphold international humanitarian law, and protect civilian lives. We stand ready to collaborate with all partners to mobilize resources, facilitate access, and work toward long-term solutions grounded in justice and human dignity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of United Kingdom. And now we shall move to the next delegates. Delegates of Iran, you may have a floor.
Okay, thank you for the chairman. Iran urges an international organization to establish a permanent ceasefire in Palestine and ensure safe, unhindered access for civilians to humanitarian aid for Gaza. In fact, Iran has always consistently offered a way to resolve to the conflict, namely with a national referendum. Namely, the only solution, the Palestinian problem, is a referendum that will be followed by all Palestinians. But those who live in the must determine their own destiny. Perhaps this national referendum is the final solution to the problem in Palestine. Not to forget that Iran always presents solution in political, financial, and military assistance, on provides full support and strengthens the position of Palestine so that the issue in Palestine remains a concern in the Middle East region and globally. In the humanitarian space, Iran has actively provided aid to Palestine, including the delivery of 60 tons of food medicine through the Rafah border in Egypt, as well as financial contribution of Hamas to the regional dynamics. Iran's support for Palestine consistent. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Iran. Next is delegates of Saudi Arabia. Delegates of Saudi Arabia, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Fellow delegates, today we witness an unimaginable tragedy unfolding before our very eyes. In the occupied Palestine territories, we see scenes that should never exist. Blood spilled everywhere, the terrified cries of children, and tears streaming down the face of mothers. Every day, the people of Palestine face death, and their lives are continually taken from them. Over 50,000 lives have been lost since 2023. We ask, where is the humanity? Where is the justice? They have no soft heaven. Even when they try to receive it, they are shot at in a cold blood. This is betrayal of the universal values we hold dear, and more importantly, it is the grave violation of the sacred teaching of Islam. The Holy Quran in Surah Al-Maidah, verse 32, teach us that to kill one innocent person is to kill all humanity. This is brutal aggression. Stand this very principle, and the world must not remain silent. We cannot allow this profound suffering to continue. The credibility of our international community is at stake. Therefore, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia calls for immediate and decisive action, no longer empty promises. We demand the Lebanon and Stability and Recovery Initiative, a global arms embargo, humanitarian shutdowns, a regional conference. Let us work together to bring about the justice commanded by God, to end this brutality and restore the dignity and rights of the Palestinian people. The world is watching, and history will judge our collective response. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Saudi Arabia. Next is delegates of Oman. Delegates of Oman, you may have a floor.
Okay. On behalf of the Sultanate of Oman, we reject any unilateral action that undermines the prospect for peace, including illegal settlement and forced displacement. We have several solutions related to the existing conflict, like Oman gonna provide diplomatic and humanitarian support by maintaining good relations with Syria, sending medical aid to Lebanon, opening an embassy in Palestine, acting as mediator in the Middle East of conflict, focusing on humanitarian aid to maintain peace in the region, and support the position of Sultanate of Oman in promoting a peaceful resolution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict through a two-state solution that upholds the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, guarantees the security of both states, and promote long-term stability in the Middle East. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, delegates of Oman. Next is delegates of Uganda. Delegates of Uganda, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Uganda government strongly condemns all forms of violence in the Palestinian territories, particularly in the Gaza Strip and West Bank, and calls on all parties to immediately cease violence and protect civilians. Uganda actively engages with the international community to argue a humanitarian ceasefire, the lifting of blockades, and the strengthening of reconstruction efforts in Palestinian territories affected by conflict. Uganda also participates in the United States General Assembly to support resolution demanding an end to occupation of Palestinian territories and to promote collective diplomatic effort in multilateral forums, with a strong belief in constructive dialogue, respect for human rights, and the enforcement of international law. Uganda remains committed to multilateral diplomacy and calls on all stakeholders to work together.
Sorry, delegates. Are you finished yet?
Respect for human rights and the enforcement of international law. Uganda remains committed to multilateral diplomacy and calls on all stakeholders to work together toward a peaceful and sustainable solution that ensures security and justice for Palestinian citizens. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Uganda. The next delegate to speak is delegates of Sudan. Delegates of Sudan, you may have a floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Republic of Sudan.
Sorry to interrupt, delegate. Please speak louder.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Republic of the Sudan expressed the concern over the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in the Gaza Strip. As a nation currently grappling with this internal displacement and humanitarian crisis, Sudan deeply empathizes with the suffering of civilians in Gaza, especially children, women, and elderly who are bearing the burden of this war. Sudan believes that international cooperation must be strengthened through the three key steps. First, by increasing multilateral funding to agencies such as UNRWA, ICRC, and OCHA, free from political conditionality. Second, by establishing international monitored humanitarian corridors to ensure the safe and unhindered delivery of medical supplies, food, and shelter. Third, by reinforcing regional coordination mechanism between frontline countries, humanitarian actors, and the United Nations. Sudan urges the committee to focus on practical, right-based approaches than priorities human dignity and civilian protection above all else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, delegates of Sudan. Next is delegates of Spain. Delegates of Spain, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
As the delegate of Spain, we stand before this assembled and deeply concerned about the worsening security situation in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. Spain deeply criticized the act of violence and violation of human rights that continue to plague these territories. Spain has visited a number of European countries to garner support for the recognition of an independent Palestinian state last year. We are among 15 Western countries that have declared their readiness to recognize Palestine as an independent state at an international conference in New York, a move that strengthens Spain's position as a supporter of the two-state solution and is consistent with the official recognition it announced in May 2024. We also already submitted a draft resolution to the United Nations General Assembly before, calling for urgent measures to stop the killing of innocent civilians and ensure humanitarian aid in Gaza. This approach reflects Spain's commitment to international principle and the necessity of constructive multilateral diplomacy to achieve peaceful solutions that respect human dignity in the conflict-affected region. Entre todos la paz es posible. Together peace is possible. Gracias.
Right, thank you so much, delegate of Spain. Next delegate is delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Indonesia has actively pursued strengthening international cooperation to address the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip through diplomatic, humanitarian, and multilateral efforts. Strengthening international cooperation on Gaza centers on the diplomatic engagement with regional and global partners. Multilateral mobilization, especially via the UN, firm humanitarian aid community commitments, and principled support for a lasting Palestinian-Israel peace through a two-state solution aimed at ending the humanitarian crisis with respect to the rights and dignity of the Palestinian people. This approach includes rejecting forced relocation and emphasized broad consultations and consensus building internationally. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Indonesia. The last delegate is delegate of Russia. Delegates of Russia, you may have a floor.
The Russian Federation expressed deep concern over the escalating humanitarian crisis in the occupied Palestinian territory. Millions of civilians face food insecurity, lack of medical access, and also forced displacement, conditions made worse by foreign interference, sanctions, and ongoing conflict. We firmly believe that humanitarian aid must remain neutral, depoliticized, and unconditional. Sanctions and blockade only intensify human suffering and hinder relief efforts. The Russian Federation supports solutions grounded in national sovereignty, non-intervention, and also inclusive political dialogue. We are committed to contributing to peace initiative, continuing our support for stability, and advocating for the rights of the Palestinian people. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Russia. All right, delegates, we have already conducted the 2 sessions for moderated caucus, and now we shall move to the next motion statement. And for this session, delegates are allowed to propose the motions for unmoderated caucus. You can propose it either for moderated or unmoderated caucus. All right, delegates, for those who want to raise the points or motions, please raise your placard now. Delegates of United Arab Emirates, you may state your points or motions. United Arab Emirates.
The United Arab Emirates would like to raise a moderated caucus when the topic economic peace as a pathway to regional stability for 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
All right, economic peace as pathway. Can you repeat it, delegates?
To regional stability.
Economic peace as pathway to regional stability?
Yes.
Isn't it? All right. 20 to 2, right? All right, thank you, delegates of United Arab Emirates. We still have 2 slots for the motions. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, please raise your placard now. Sorry, delegates, hold on. For those who want to raise the points or motion, please raise your placard now. Delegates of Turkey, please please state your points or motions.
Thank you, Chair. The delegates of Turkey would like to propose inquiry to implementary inquiry. Your Honor.
Sorry, delegates, what do you mean?
We would like to inquire the board of directors. Is unmoderated caucus includes COTW?
No. As we said before, under the chair's discretion, this session is only available for 2 type of motion, for unmoderated caucus or moderated caucus only. There is no COTW in this session.
Understood, Chair.
All right, thank you. Please state your motions.
Would like to propose moderated caucus.
Moderated?
Moderated caucus.
All right, thanks. State your motion, delegates.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to propose unmoderated caucus.
All right.
With the motion of recognizing Palestine and support for legal recognition for Palestine as a sovereign state.
Can you repeat the motions, delegate? Recognizing?
Supporting for legal recognition of Palestine.
All right, sorry, delegates. For unmoderated caucus, you don't need to mention the topic. You can just mention the total duration for this unmoderated caucus.
Oh, understood. Then may I
restate your motions?
No, may I restate my proposition, which is the unmoderated? I would like to change it to moderated.
All right, you can restate your motion, delegates.
Thank you. I would like to propose the motion of recognizing and supporting Palestine as a true sovereign state.
Recognizing and supporting Palestine as a
legal
sovereign state.
Yes.
All right. Mention the duration, delegates. Delegates, please mention the duration.
For the duration of 20 minutes with 2 minutes each speaking time.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Turkey. And now we still have 1 more slot to the motions. For those delegates who want to raise a points or motion, please raise your placard. Delegates of Morocco, you may state your points or motions.
The delegate of Morocco would like to raise a motion for civilian protection and ceasefire implementation in Syria for 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
All right, we assume this is for moderated caucus, isn't it? Moderated caucus.
Yes, moderated.
All right. Can you repeat your motion? Civilian protection
And ceasefire implementation in Syria.
and ceasefire implementation in Syria.
Yes.
Twenty to 2, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, delegates. All right, we have already got 3 motions on the floor, and now we're gonna vote for the motion, starting from the most disruptive one, coming from the United Arab Emirates, under the topic Economic Peace as Pathway to Regional Stability. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. Come on, delegates. To pass any single motion, we need at least 27 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 5 delegates. 6, only 6 delegates. All right, thank you. So this motion is failed. So now we shall move to the next motions coming from Turkey under the topic recognizing and supporting Palestine as a legal sovereign state with 20-minute total time and 2-minute individual speaking time. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard, delegates. Okay. All right, thank you so much, delegates. Since we got more than 27 votes upon this motion, so this motion automatically passed. Now, for those who wish to speak upon this motion, we only acknowledge 10 delegates. For those who wish to speak upon this motion, please raise your placard high and firm, delegates. Delegates of Jordan, delegates of United Kingdom, delegates of Senegal, delegates of Palestine. For those delegates who are already recognized, you can lower your placard. Delegates of Australia, delegates of Egypt, delegates of Mauritania, delegates of USA, delegates of Nigeria, and okay, one more is delegate of Venezuela. Thank you so much, delegate. We have already got 10 delegates to speak upon this motion. Delegates of Turkey, would you like to speak first or last?
The delegates of Turkey would like to speak last.
All right, thank you so much. There will be 9 delegates who speak before Turkey. So the first delegate who will speak upon this motion is delegates of Jordan. Delegates of Jordan, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. You may have a floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan strongly support this motion. We believe that recognizing Palestine as a sovereign state is not only a matter of justice, but also of legality and peace. The Palestinian people have the right to self-determination as guaranteed by international law. Recognition gives them dignity, legal status, and hope for a future free from occupation. Jordan has always supported a two-state solution based on 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Jordan. Next is delegates of United Kingdom, delegates of UK. Your time will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, The United Kingdom believes The United Kingdom believes that the recognition of Palestine is a necessary step towards realizing a two-state solution that ensures peace, security, and justice for both Palestinians and Israelis. We support the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to live in the sovereign, independent, and democratic state, recognition as a legal state under international law. However, recognition must go hand in hand with responsible state building, including transparent governance, rule of law, and the genuine commitment to peaceful resolution. The United Kingdom encouraged a paced approach, starting with full humanitarian access, a lasting ceasefire, and credible step towards democratic reform. These elements are crucial to ensuring that recognition leads to lasting peace, not renewed conflict. Recognition in this context is not a reward. It is a tool to empower diplomacy, encourage moderation, and uphold international legal norms. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of United Kingdom. Next is delegates of Senegal. Delegates of Senegal, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, the delegation of Senegal would like to reaffirm its long-standing commitment to the principle of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Senegal firmly believes that the path to regional stability in the Middle East begins with the international community's recognition of the legitimate rights of all peoples to self-determination and statehood. In this regard, Senegal continues to recognize and support the state of Palestine and calls upon all member states to uphold the legal sovereignty of nations such as Syria and Lebanon, whose territorial integrity must be protected from external aggression and occupation. We urge this committee to adopt a resolution that respects these fundamental principles and promotes peaceful dialogue, not only unilateral action or foreign interventions that threaten statehood and civilian safety. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Senegal. We move to the next delegates of Palestine. Delegates of Palestine, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the crisis in Gaza has reached an unbearable threshold. Thousands of civilians displaced, infrastructure in ruins, and essential services on the brink of collapse. The State of Palestine calls for immediate, coordinated international action to ensure the sovereignty of Palestine. We do not come here to ask for sympathy. We come here to demand justice that is rooted in international law, in human rights, and in the undeniable truth that no people should live under occupation nor be stripped of their rights to self-determination. We call upon the international community to take concrete steps toward ending the occupation and ensuring accountability. Let this be the moment the international community moves from silence to solidarity. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Palestine. Next is delegates of Australia. Delegates of Australia, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, Australia recognizes the right of all people to self-determination and sovereignty. In the line with international law, including United Nations General Assembly Resolution the 67/19, which grants Palestine non-member observer state status. Australia supports constructive dialogue toward the recognition of Palestine as a sovereign state within the framework of a two-state solution. We believe that in peace negotiation solution between Israel and Palestine based on the 1967 borders and mutual recognition is essential for long-term regional stability. Therefore, Australia supports diplomatic efforts that reinforce Palestine's status under international law, will encourage both parties to return the district negotiation. Our commitment to human rights, international norm, and the rule of law compels us to devote for a fair and just resolution the respect for dignity of Palestine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, delegates of Australia. Next delegate is delegates of Egypt. Delegates of Egypt, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Arab Republic of Egypt reaffirms its strong support for the independence of Palestine, with East Jerusalem as its capital. This commitment is reflected in our action. Egypt has mediated major ceasefires in Gaza in 2014, 2021, and 2023, and opened the Rafah crossing to deliver humanitarian aid and evacuate civilians. We pledge 500 million for Gaza's reconstruction and continue to host reconciliation talks among Palestinian factions. Egypt strongly rejects foreign militarization and believes lasting peace must be rooted in justice, dignity, and Palestinian self-determination. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Egypt. For the delegates, please make sure you speak wisely, since you have 2 minutes, and deliver your speech and your argument clearly on that 2 minutes. All right, thank you so much. Now we move to the next delegates, delegates of Mauritania. Your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking.
Honorable Chair, the Islamic Republic
Sorry
of
for interrupt, delegate. Please speak louder.
Okay. Honorable Chair, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania stands with unwavering conviction in its support for the state of Palestine and as legal and sovereign and independent nation. Palestine is not political question alone. It is matter of justice, legality, and human dignity. For too long, the Palestinian people have endured occupation, displacement, and denial of their basic rights. The recognition of Palestine is not merely and symbolic, it is essential step toward a just and lasting peace. We believe that the international community must reject an unilateral action such as illegal settlement, forced eviction, and annexion that undermine the two-state solution. Mauritania also emphasizes the importance of international solidarity through diplomacy, development aid, and legal advocacy to uphold the right of Palestinians to self-determination, return, and peace. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Mauritania. Next speaker is delegates of Nigeria. Delegates of Nigeria, you may have a floor.
The Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Federal Republic of Nigeria firmly recognizes the states of Palestine as a sovereign and legitimate nation with the inalienable right to self-determination, independence, and territorial integrity. Our position is grounded in decades and unwavering support for the Palestinian people, and reaffirmed through our vote and the United Nations in favor of Palestine non-member observer state status and resolution defending its legal and human rights. Nigeria believes that peace cannot be achieved without justice, and justice begins with recognizing Palestine as an equal party in any future negotiation. The continued denial of this sovereignty undermines international law and credibility of multilateral diplomacy. We call upon all nations to join us in supporting two-state solution based on 1967 border with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. Only through mutual recognition, dialogue, and just a peace can this cycle of violence end. Nigeria stands ready to work with partners from all blocs to ensure the Palestine is not longer treated as a humanitarian case, but as well an equal actor in the international community. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Nigeria. The next delegates is Venezuela. Delegates of Venezuela, you may have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegados, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela reaffirms its unwavering support for the full recognition of the State of Palestine as a sovereign and independent nation. We did not wait for permission. Venezuela recognized Palestine in 2009, established full diplomatic relations, and welcomed the Palestinian embassy in Caracas because we refuse to remain silent in the face of oppression and illegal occupation. Palestinian is not a political issue, it is a legal fact. The Palestinian people have the right to self-determination under international law, including UNGA Resolution 3236 and UNSC Resolution 2334, which explicitly condemn Israel's settlement as illegal. Yet these resolutions are routinely ignored, blocked, or buried by powerful states that preach democracy but sponsor apartheid. Venezuela has repeatedly condemned Israel's military aggression and has cut diplomatic ties during its brutal attacks on Gaza in 2008 until 2009, and again in 2014. We send humanitarian aid not as charity, but as an act of solidarity. Today, we call on this assembly, recognizing Palestine, it's not a gesture, it is an obligation. As long as the international community delays recognition, it legitimizes the continued occupation, colonization, and suffering. Palestine is a state, Palestine is a nation, and Palestine must be free. Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Venezuela. The last delegate to speak upon this motion is delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Turkey, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Republic of Turkey remains gravely concerned by the escalating security situation in Palestine. We, delegates of Turkey, strongly condemns any disproportionate and indiscriminate military actions carried out by Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, particularly those targeting civilian infrastructure. Your claims as self-defense would not pass as genocide, as an excuse for genocide, slaughtering children, destroying facilities. As a nation with historic, cultural, and humanitarian ties to the region, Turkey affirms its support for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace based in line with the relevant UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. The ongoing escalations not only threatens the regional peace, but also undermines global commitments to uphold international humanitarian and human responsibility to urgently address the situation. Turkey views the root of the crisis as fundamentally linked to the ongoing occupation of Palestinian territories, the denial of Palestinian statehood, and the failure to implement long-standing UN resolutions affirming the rights of both people to live in peace and security. The 2024 reports by the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories have documented clear patterns of collective punishments and illegal settlements expansions, which Turkey has consistently condemned. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Turkey. Now, delegates, we have already conducted 3 sessions of moderated caucus, so we assume that the delegates already get the points for what we are discussing today and who our alliance will be. So now, we highly encourage the delegates to raise the motions for unmoderated caucus, but you still can raise a motion for moderated caucus, but yeah, we highly encourage to raise for unmoderated caucus. For those delegates who want to raise the points or motions, please raise your placard. Sorry, delegates, lower your placard. For those delegates who want to raise the points or motions, sorry, hold on, please raise your placard. Delegates of Brazil, state your points or motions.
The delegate of Brazil would like to propose for unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes in total.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Brazil. All right, now we move to the next motion statement. For those who want to propose a motion, please raise your placard. Delegates of China.
The delegates of China would like to raise a motion for unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of China. And now for the last motions on the floor, for those who want to raise the points or motions, please raise your placard. Delegates of Morocco, state your points or motions.
The delegate of Morocco would like to raise a motion for addressing security challenges and building sustainable peace in Palestinian, Lebanon, and Syria for 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes individual speaking time. Thank you.
All right, delegates, can you repeat your motions? Addressing
security challenges
and
building sustainable peace in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria.
Sustainable peace in Palestine and Syria.
Yes.
Sorry, mention the duration, delegates. 20 to 2, isn't it?
For 20 minutes in total and 2 minutes individual speaking time.
All right, 20 to 2. Thank you, delegates.
Sorry for the title is Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. We're missing one country.
Sorry?
For the title for the moderate caucus is Addressing Security Challenges and Building Sustainable Peace in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria.
All right, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, isn't it? Thank you, delegates. All right, now we're going to move to the vote, starting from the most disruptive one, coming from delegates of Morocco, for moderated caucus, addressing we start the vote coming from the most disruptive one, coming from delegates of Morocco, for moderated caucus under the topic addressing security challenges and building sustainable peace in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria for 20-minute total time and 2-minute individual speaking time. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. Come on, delegates. Who are in favor with this motion to discuss in moderated caucus further, please raise your placard. Come on, delegates. Morocco, why don't you raise your placard? These are your motions. Once again, these are the motions from Morocco for a moderated caucus addressing security challenges and building sustainable peace in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria for 20-minute and 2-minute individual speaking time. Raise your placard high and firm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Only 15? All right, so this motion is failed. Thank you so much, delegates. Now we shall move to the most disruptive one coming from Brazil for unmoderated caucus and 20-minute in total. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. For those who are in favor with this motion, this is to discuss in unmoderated caucus, delegates. Please raise your placard high and firm. Raise your placard high and firm. Don't lower it yet. Still raise it high and firm, delegate. Yeah. All right, thank you so much. Since we got 29 votes for this motion, so this motion automatically passed. So now we're going to start the unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. Delegates, so you can walk away around the room, but make sure that you don't go out. You cannot go out and discuss everything related to the topic outside the room. So you can only discuss it only in the room, but you can walk away to meet your alliance. So your time will start now. All right, delegates, it's a gentle reminder that the official language of this committee is English, so you're not allowed to use bahasa during the session. Thank you so much.
Dear delegates, the chair would like to remind you all that we have 1 minute remaining time, so please use the time effectively.
All right, delegates, your time has elapsed. You may have a seat. Delegates, you may have a seat. Your unmoderated caucus time has elapsed. You may have a seat, delegates. Please listen to the chair. You may have a seat right now. Sit, delegate. You still have time to discuss about that later on. Please have a seat, delegates, since we have to continue this session. Delegates, once again, I'd like to remind you to have a seat since we have to continue this session. You still have time to discuss about that later on. Come on, delegates. All right, thank you so much for all of the delegates. We already conducted the unmoderated caucus. And I'd like to gently remind for those who are involved and have a strong presence upon this issue, we highly encourage you to speak during the sessions. Okay, I hope it's clear. And now, chairs are interested about what have been discussed just now in the unmoderated caucus. So we will choose about 2 delegates to speak the report of the discussions. As a representative of your blocks, the first delegates who will speak and report the discussion that have been done just now in the unmoderated caucus is delegates of USA. Delegates of United States, please report a short, speech a short report from what have been done just now in unmoderated caucus. Just a brief 2 minutes, delegates. Thank you. Delegates of United States of America, just give a brief conclusion. Calling once, delegates of United States of America.
So, the United States acknowledge the legitimate aspiration of the Palestinian people for their self-determination and dignity. The United States remain committed to a negotiated two-state solution with Israel and a future Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security. However, the United States maintained that unilateral recognition of Palestinian sovereignty outside the framework of direct may risk undermining the prospect for sustainable peace. Furthermore, with the United States has expressed concern over both settlement expansion and act of violence, we believe that a lasting solution must come through mutual agreement, not imposed recognition or symbolic gesture. The U.S. reaffirmed its support for negotiation and remain open to proposals that uphold both Israel's security and Palestinian aspiration within a balanced, lawful, and negotiated framework. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of United States of America. And the next is we will choose the delegates of Iran to state your brief conclusion from what have been done in the Unmoderated Caucus. Just a brief conclusion, and it has not to be really formal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. As one of the countries in the Middle East, the Islamic Republic of Iran is committed to supporting the struggle of the Palestinian people, the resistance of Syria and Lebanon against the aggression of the conflict occurring in the region. Iran emphasizes the importance of Islamic solidarity, perhaps by activating the role of the OIC in peace and diplomatic and humanitarian approach to resolve conflicts sustainably with the assistance and cooperation of all countries. In the context of Lebanon, our nation and other countries need to shift their assistance not only to military aid but also the strengthening civil and humanitarian cooperation. This solution can be applied by Iran and Syria and Palestine, namely maintaining strategic influence through diplomacy, humanitarian aid, and a legitimate self-defense response to aggression. With this strategy, Iran can safeguard its national interests while promoting regional peace based on justice. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of United States and Iran, for giving a brief conclusion from the just now unmoderated caucus. So now we assume that all of the delegates already know the positions and who your alliance are. And now we shall proceed to the next sessions, to the motion statement. You can also state the motion for moderated or unmoderated caucus. Both of them, you can just state it later. So for those who are for those who want to raise points or motions, please raise your placard. Delegates of Nicaragua, you may state your points or motions.
Thank you. About moderated caucus.
Sorry?
The motion is humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people must be prioritized over any political agenda.
All right. Mention the duration. We assume this is for moderated caucus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so please mention the durations.
22.
20 to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
20 total time and 2 minute individual speaking time, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Humanitarian aid to Palestine for?
Humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people must be priority.
Palestine people must be priority.
Over any political agenda.
Must be priority over any political agenda. Okay, thank you so much, delegates of Nicaragua. Now we are looking for another motions. For those who want to raise a points or motions, please raise your placard. Delegates of Jordan, state your points or motions.
The delegate of Jordan would like to raise a motion for moderated cause to discuss about affirming Palestinian rights under international law. For 20 to 2 minutes for individual speaking time.
Sorry, delegate, can you repeat the motion affirming?
Affirming Palestinian rights
Palestinian rights
under international law.
under international law. That's all?
Yes.
All right, thank you. 20 to 2, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, delegates of Jordan. Now we proceed to next motions. For those who want to, sorry, delegates, hold on. For those who want to raise a points or motions, please raise your placard. Delegates of Algeria, you may state your points or motions.
Delegate of Algeria raised a motion for moderated Caucus on immediate receiver and humanitarian access in Gaza with 20 minutes in total and 1 minute individual speaking time.
Can you please repeat the motions? Immediate.
Delegate of Algeria raised a motion for moderated Caucus on immediate receiver and
Immediate crisis.
ceasefire and humanitarian
access
in Gaza with 20 minutes
20 minutes and
1 minute individual.
all right, the correct way is mention the which type of the motion first and then state your motion, then mention the duration. All right, delegates. $20 total time and 1 minute individual speaking time, isn't it? 1 minute? All right. 20 to 1. All right, now we're going to vote the motion starting from the most disruptive one coming from Nicaragua under the topic humanitarian aid to Palestine people must be priority over any political agenda. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard high and firm. Raise your placard high and firm, delegate. Hold it like this once again, high and firm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Only 11? All right, thank you. So the motion is failed. So now we move to the next motions coming from Jordan with the topic immediate ceasefire and humanitarian access in Gaza with total time 20 minutes and individual speaking time 60 seconds or 1 minute. For those who are in favor, all right. For those who are in favor with the motion coming from Jordan, please raise your placard high and firm. Raise your placard high and firm, delegate. Only 23? 23? 25, we need 2 left. 26. All right, 27. Thank you so much, delegate. This motion is passed. So now we shall move to the speaker. For those who wish to speak upon this motion, you can raise your placard. All right, Libya, Palestine, Bahrain, Indonesia, Turkey, Mexico, Pakistan, Kuwait, all right, Cuba. Thank you so much, delegates. So we already recognized 10 delegates. For delegates of Jordan, would you like to speak first or last?
First.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Jordan. So we're gonna start the speech. Delegates of Jordan, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you, Chair. Jordan fully support this motion. We believe these Palestinian people have the right to live in peace with dignity, safety, and freedom, just like any other nation. These are basic rights, and they are clearly protected by international law. Sadly, the people of Palestine continue to suffer from occupation and lack of independence. Jordan supports a peaceful solution, a Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We call on all countries to support this motion and stand with justice and human rights for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Jordan. Next, delegates of Libya, you may have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Libya firmly supports the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people as recognized under international law. The principles of sovereignty, self-determination, and territorial integrity inserted in the UN Charter and various UN resolutions affirm Palestine's right to statehood with East Jerusalem as its capital. Recent advisory opinions from the International Court of Justice emphasize that the continued Israeli occupation violates international law and fundamental Palestinian rights. Libya calls on the international community to uphold these legal principles, ensure protection of Palestinian civilians, and demand an end to all illegal settlements and military exchange in Palestinian territories. Libya stresses the necessity of respecting humanitarian law, facilitating unimpeded humanitarian aid, and supporting Palestine's full recognition and participation as a sovereign state in the global arena. Only through the adherence to international law and genuine diplomacy can we achieve lasting peace and justice for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Libya. Next is delegates of Palestine. Delegates of Palestine, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the continued expansion of Israeli settlements and military aggression, as well as the denial of basic human rights, has affected every aspect of life in Palestine. This conflict has created a humanitarian crisis that has claimed thousands of lives and displaced millions. The state of Palestine is ready to work with the two-state solution based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of a sovereign Palestinian state. International guarantees, especially from the UN, are necessary to ensure Israel's withdrawal from occupied territories and the recognition of a Palestinian state. The Palestinian people are ready to live in peace with dignity, sovereignty, and freedom. We urge you to stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Palestine. And now, delegates of Bahrain. Delegates of Bahrain, you may have a floor.
Thank you, Chairman. The Kingdom of Bahrain firmly believes that regional cooperation is the key to addressing the complex humanitarian crisis in the Palestine. Therefore, Bahrain proposed to completion of the UN-facilitated regional conference. involving both affected states and regional stakeholders to coordinate humanitarian access, refugee protection, and post-conflict reconstruction. Such a platform would encourage collective responsibility, reduce duplication of efforts, and foster trust among nations. Bahrain is committed to participating constructively in such dialogue to emphasize that peace and recovery in the Middle East must be shaped by the region's supporter but not dictated by the external powers. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Bahrain. And now we shall move to the next delegates of Indonesia. You may have a floor.
The delegation of Indonesia strongly affirmed the inalienable right of the Palestinian people under the international law. This includes the right to self-determination, the right to return to their homeland, and the right to live in dignity, freedom from occupation, violence, and collective punishment. Indonesia emphasized that these rights are clearly enshrined in the UN Charter, UN General Assembly Resolution, and international humanitarian law, including the Fourth Geneva Convention. We urge this Assembly affirm its committed to upholding international law, not selectively, but equality for the people of Palestinian. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Indonesia. Next, delegates of Turkey. Delegates of Turkey, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking.
Thank you for your time, Chair. Delegates of Turkey will affirm as these resolutions as a legal foundation, and we will implement this resolution to pass in the United Nations Security Council, which is the UNSCR 242 in 1967 and 338 in 1973 that calls for Israeli to withdraw from the occupied territories and respect for all state sovereignty and territorial integrity. Also, in the UNSCR 2334 in 2016 declared that Israeli settlements are illegal and affirmed that borders must be based on the 1967 lines. Turkey calls for the UN membership for Palestine's viewing its current observer status as unjust and politically driven. And also, Turkey recognized East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. I reiterate my point. We would like to pass this resolution as a law, as a means to execute our will in making Palestine a sovereign state. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Turkey. Moving on, the next delegates of Mexico. You may have a floor.
All right. From Mexico delegates reaffirms our strong support for the rights of the Palestinian people, including their right to self-determination and statehood, in line with international law and relevant United Nations resolution. And we stress the importance of a peaceful two-state solution and call for full Palestinian membership in the United Nations. And our country condemns violation of humanitarian law and has taken concrete steps, such as referring the Gaza situation to the ICC to uphold justice and accountability. Our country urged the international community to support, led by the United Nations, for peace efforts, ensure the humanitarian access, and protect civilian lives. Respect for international law is not optional. It is essential for achieving lasting peace and dignity in the region. Gracias.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Mexico. Next, delegates of Pakistan. You may have a floor.
The delegation of Pakistan reaffirms that the Palestinian people hold undeniable right under international law. We emphasize their right to self-determination as recognized in the UN Charter and multiple General Assembly resolution. Pakistan condemns the illegal occupation, settlement expansion, and forced displacement of Palestinians, which violate the Fourth Geneva Convention and undermine international humanitarian law. We also stress the importance of protecting Palestinian refugees and ensuring their right of return in line with UN Resolution 194. The international community must uphold these legal rights and ensure accountability for continued violation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Pakistan. Next is delegates of Cuba. Delegates of Cuba, your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, buenos dias.
Sorry, delegates, sorry for interrupting. That's my bad. It's supposed to be Kuwait first.
Thank you.
Delegates of Kuwait, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the State of Kuwait reaffirm our support for the State of Palestine since the State of Palestine itself is notably in a position less advantageous compared to the legal support of the State of Israel. And we also support their right to self-determination, their right to return, and we also like to propose and keeping our hands on the peaceful two-state solution from the 1967 border, and we will also uphold Palestinian right, dignity, and sovereignty and statehood. And clearly, we will also talk to the United Nations bodies like UNRWA and UNHCR to make them for them to protect the right of Palestinian in its states nowadays. And we also will reaffirm that this problem is not regional, it's global. So we need all hands to cooperate on this, since this conflict is also notably the roots of all other conflicts that started in the Middle East. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Kuwait. Next is delegates of Cuba. Delegates of Cuba, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, buenos dias. The Republic of Cuba stands today in firm support of Palestinian people and their legitimate rights under international law. For far too long, these rights, such as the right of self-determination, the right to live in safety, and the right to resist occupation, have been denied, ignored, or violated. We cannot ignore continued expansion of settlements, the restriction of movement, and the use of force against civilians. These actions are not just morally wrong, they stand in direct violation of the 4th Geneva Convention, the UN Charter, and numerous UN resolutions, including Resolution 242 and 338. Our support for Palestinian rights does not mean we're against peace. On the contrary, peace can only be achieved when justice is respected. Recognizing the rights of Palestine is not an act of bias, it's an act of principle. Cuba believes in a rules-based international order, and those rules must apply equally to all nations, large or small. Let us be clear. The recognition of Palestinian rights is not a radical demand. It's a legal and moral necessity. We call all this committee to stand on the side of human dignity, international law, and justice. Therefore, we urge all member states to support this motion as a step forward toward a just, lasting, peaceful resolution to Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Cuba. All right, delegates, due to the escalation of this issue, and as we encourage just now that all of the delegates who are involving and have a strong presence upon this issue have to give their speech of our arguments. So under the chair's discretion, we already choose 4 more delegates to speak upon these motions. The next delegates who will speak is delegates of Israel. Delegates of Israel, you may have a floor.
The delegates of Israel recognize the urgent need to address the growing threats posed by non-state militant actors operating across national borders, especially in Gaza, southern Lebanon, and part of Syria. These groups not only threaten the sovereignty and stability of states in the region, but also continue to undermine international peace and security. The recent events have made it abundantly clear that any discussion on peace in the Middle East must begin with a serious examination of the mechanism to combat regional terrorism and protect sovereign states from external aggression. Israel reaffirms its inherent right to self-defense as outlined in Article 51 of the UN Charter and calls for international support in confronting organizations that reject peaceful coexistence. The Israel proposal that stopping the war requires not only Israel to choose hostages, but also Hamas and Hezbollah to stop attacking Israel is part of ongoing ceasefire and peace negotiation efforts since in 2024 to 2025 conflict context. The underlying principle is that peace and stability require mutual de-escalation by all parties involved to be sustainable. Regarding an arms embargo proposal against Israel and how Israel would survive as a country, this is a complex geopolitical and security issue. Israel's survival depends heavily on maintaining its military security capabilities given the multiple hostile groups and threats it faces, including Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon. An arms embargo limiting Israel's access to weapons could severely impact its defense rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Israel. Moving on, next delegate is delegates of United States of America. The United States of America, you may have a floor.
In response to ongoing motion, the United States of America, together with its allies, affirmed its openness to the two-state solution under clear and balanced conditions that ensure long-term peace and security for both parties. For Israel to agree and feel secure in this arrangement. We propose the following key terms. The first one, exclusive security guarantees. The United States is prepared to offer full military protection for Israel should a newly formed Palestinian state fail to prevent acts of aggression. As an example, NATO-led a peacekeeping force may be deployed to key borders areas to create a demilitarized buffer zone. The second, economic and technological incentive. The U.S. supports the creation of a joint Israeli-Palestinian economic zone. Through this, Israel can benefit from expanded market access, infrastructure investment, and cross-border energy projects, including solar energy development in Gaza. The third, international recognition and normalization. In return for Israel's commitment to peace, Arab states, including Saudi Arabia, will move toward full diplomatic normalization. This will boost Israel's legitimacy across the Muslim world and open doors for major regional trade and investment opportunities. The fourth one, a fair and shared status for Jerusalem. Jerusalem can serve as a dual capital, jointly administered and protected. The holy sites will be placed under international multi-faith guardianship. The fifth, the peace defended strategy. Through space, Israel can redirect resources from heavy military expenditure to high-value sector like artificial intelligence. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of United States. Moving on, the next delegates of Syria. Delegates of Syria, you may have a floor.
Thank you. The Syrian Arab Republic expressed its full support for the motion affirming the rights of the Palestinian people under international law. We firmly believe that the Palestinian people are entitled to their full political, civil, and human rights as enshrined in the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and numerous UN resolutions, including the right to self-determination, the right of return, and protections from occupations and displacement. Syria reiterates that the prolonged denial of these rights is a core issue of regional instability, and we call upon the international community to uphold its legal and moral obligations toward Palestine. In light of the refugee crisis affecting both Syria and Lebanon, we stress the urgent need to protect Palestinian refugees, guarantee their legal status, and ensure they are not left behind in humanitarian and political response. Syria remains committed to standing in solidarity with the Palestinian cause and supports these motions as a necessary step towards justice and international accountability. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Syria. And the last delegate to speak is delegates of Lebanon. Delegates of Lebanon, you may have the floor.
Before we begin, we like to take a moment to acknowledge the land and the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, dignity, and independence. As someone from Lebanon, a country that shares not only borders but also deep historical, emotional, and human rights with the people of Palestine, we stand in solidarity with their ongoing struggle for justice and freedom. The Palestinian cause is not just a religious issue. It's a global issue of human rights, of displacement and resistance against oppression. It is a story resilience, identity, and the fight to live freely one land. Today, we hope we can reflect not only on the political complex, but also the human reality behind the hightless, the generation of Palestine. We continue to endure occupation, exile, and tasteless, yet still hold on to hope, culture, and courage. The armed conflict and blocks imposition of Palestinian territories, particularly the Gaza Strip, represent one of the most acute humanitarian and political crises in the Middle East. Since its establishment in Israel in 1948, the Palestinian people have faced systematic displacement, occupation, and military aggression. The 2007 Black on Gaza is only one page of a much longer and deeply rooted colonial occupation. Frequent military clashes between Israel defense forces and Palestine resistance groups such as Hamas have led significant.
Sorry, delegates, your time has elapsed.
Okay,
Thank you so much. All right, delegates, we have already conducted the moderated caucus, and since we still have a couple minutes, the chairs decide to conduct one more session, and for this session, we highly encourage you to propose a motion for unmoderated caucus. All right, delegates, is it clear? I hope it's clear. Are there any points or motion on the floor, delegates? Sorry, delegates, hold on. Please raise your placard. All right, delegates of Ethiopia, you may state your points or motion.
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to propose a motion for unmoderated caucus for 30 minutes.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Ethiopia. Moving to another motion statement, for those who want to raise points or motion, please raise your placard. Delegates of China, state your motions.
The delegates of China would like to raise a motion for unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes.
Sorry, can you repeat the motion?
Unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, delegates. And the last, is there any points or motion on the floor, delegates? Sorry, hold on. Please raise your placard. Delegates of Chile, state your points or motion, please.
The delegates of Chile would like to raise a motion for moderated caucus on the topic of promoting a just and lasting two-state solution in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict for total duration of 15 minutes and 1 minute and 30 seconds individual speaking time.
All right, can you repeat the topic, promoting a just
And lasting two-state solution
two-state solutions
in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict.
in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. $20 15 minutes and 1 minute 30 seconds. All right, thank you so much, delegates of Chile. All right, now we're going to vote the motion, starting from the most disruptive one, coming from Chile. The motions from Chile under the title Promoting Just and Lasting Two-State Solutions in the Israeli and Palestinian Conflict for 15 minutes and 90 seconds individual speaking time. For those who are in favor with this motion, please raise your placard. Raise your placard who want to be discussed this motion in the moderated caucus. All right, thank you so much, delegates, since we have more than 27 votes for this motion. So the motion coming from Chile is passed to be discussed further. All right, delegates, now who wish to speak upon this motion, please, sorry, delegates, hold on. I haven't finished yet. For those who wish to speak upon this motion, please raise your placard. Delegates of Israel, delegates of Canada, Bangladesh, delegates of South Africa, delegates of United States of America, delegates of Palestine, delegates of Malaysia, delegates of Maldives, all right, sorry delegates, since we only have 15 minutes, so we only recognize the delegates that's already on the list, and you can lower your placard. Thank you so much, delegates. Delegates of Chile, would you like to speak first or last?
We would like to speak last.
All right, thank you so much. So there will be 6 speakers before delegates of Chile. The first speaker is delegates of Canada. Your 90 seconds will start as soon as you start speaking. The floor is yours. Calling once.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of Canada strongly believes that a just and lasting two-state solution remains the most viable path to achieving peace between Israelis and Palestinians. This solution must be based on direct negotiations, mutual recognition, and respect for international law, including relevant UN resolutions such as 242 and 2334. While Canada upholds Israel's right to security, we also support the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for statehood, dignity, and freedom. To that end, we call on all delegates to discuss how we can support humanitarian access, confidence-building measures, and the revival of peace talks that reflect both people's rights. Therefore, Canada proposes a moderated caucus on promoting a just and lasting two-state solution to foster inclusive dialogue towards sustainable peace. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Canada. Moving on, the delegates of Bangladesh. Delegates of Bangladesh, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the People's Republics of Bangladesh strongly support a just and lasting two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. To move beyond rhetoric, we propose concrete steps. First, support Palestine's full membership in the United Nations. Second, reaffirm the legal status of East Jerusalem under international law. Third, encourage the Secretary General to appoint a UN Special Envoy dedicated solely to restarting meaningful negotiation. Bangladesh also calls for an immediate halt to settlement expansions and stronger international backing for UN agencies like UNRWA to support Palestinian resilience. Peace must be more than words, it must be built with action. A two-state solution cannot wait another generation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Bangladesh. Next is delegate of South Africa. Delegates of South Africa, your 90 seconds. We will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, South Africa reaffirmed its unwavering support for a just, lasting, and peaceful two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Grounded in international law and relevant UN resolution, a viable sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital living side by side with Israel in peace and security remains the only credible path forward. However, peace cannot be achieved without justice. Ongoing occupation, illegal settlement, expansion, and collective punishment directly undermine any prospect for a two-state reality. South Africa calls on the international community to revive negotiations based on equality, not domination diplomacy, not force, and to ensure that the rights of both people are fully respected. Peace without justice is merely silence. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of South Africa. Next is delegate of Israel. Delegates of Israel, you may have a floor.
Israel proposal that sustainable peace.
Sorry for interrupt, delegate. Please speak louder.
Israel proposal that sustainable peace requires all parties, Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, to cease hostilities simultaneously, underscoring mutual responsibility in ending the conflict. It addresses concern about Israel's survival under potential arms embargo scenarios by emphasizing balanced arms regulations rather than total embargo. The motion advocates for phased and conditional arms control aligned with ongoing ceasefire efforts ensuring Israel's security. Israel has traditionally relied on robust military aid and arms imports, mainly from the United States, to maintain a qualitative military edge in the region. Curtailing arms supply would likely force Israel to increase domestic arms production, seek alternative supply routes, or push harder diplomatically to ease embargo effects. The recent ceasefire proposals and peace negotiation typically envisage some form of temporary or conditional arms regulation, but not a complete embargo, because both security concerns and international diplomatic pressures demand a balance between reducing conflict intensity.
Sorry, delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you so much. Moving on, delegates of United States of America, you may have a floor.
Okay, first of all, the United States strongly rejects the Turkey reckless calls for the unconditional Palestine independence without clear security guarantees and real commitment to end the violence. Such demands are not only irresponsible, they directly threaten regional stability and the security of our allies. Honorable Chair, the United States support just a lasting two-state solution, but one that ensures real security for Israel and political dignity for Palestine. We must acknowledge that Hamas remains a key obstacle to peace as long as an armed group committed to Israel's destruction holds power. No sustainable solution can be achieved. Moreover, calls to embargo Israel must come with a guarantees that violence from the Palestinian side, including rocket attacks, will also stop. A fair two-state solution requires balanced terms. Security guaranteed for Israel, possibly with NATO peacekeepers, a shared Jerusalem with Jerusalem under Israeli control and holy sites under international protection, and joint economic development zones to build cooperation on the ground. Peace must be mutual. It cannot mean empowering on side while delegitimizing the others.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of United States of America. Next is delegates of Palestine. Delegates of Palestine, you may have a floor.
All right, thank you. The state of Palestine is ready to work with the two-state solution. with the base of the June 4, 1967, with Jerusalem as its capital and the provision for all the refugees to return to their homeland. The 1967 borders are not arbitrary. They are grounded in international legitimacy as reflected in UN Security Council resolutions and General Assembly resolutions. The international community must implement the two-state solutions immediately and base it on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital of a sovereign Palestinian state. International guarantees, especially from the United Nations, are necessary to ensure Israel's withdrawal from occupied territories and the recognition of a Palestinian state. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Palestine. Moving on, delegates of Malaysia, your 90 seconds will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Malaysia continues to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. The only viable path to lasting peace and stability in the Middle East is through the establishment of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine. This remains Malaysia's principal position, and it aligns with the international community's long-standing support for the two-state solution. The international community must unite in calling for a credible and permanent solution that is acceptable to the Palestinians. In this regard, Malaysia echoes the resolution of the Extraordinary Arab Islamic Summit 2024 for all nations that have yet to support the two-state solution to do so. Take immediate action to recognize the state of Palestine and for it to be accepted as a full member of the United Nations. This remains the first crucial step toward ensuring lasting security and peace for the Palestinian people and the wider region. Malaysia reaffirms its support for all diplomatic and multilateral efforts, including those being undertaken by the Global Alliance and the Hague Group, in pursuing lasting peace through the establishment of a two-state solution and human rights of Palestine. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Malaysia. Next is delegates of Chile. Delegates of Chile, you may have a floor.
As a representative of Chile, I address you to emphasize the urgent need for a fair, just, and lasting two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. This approach is the only viable path to respect and right and aspiration to both Palestinians and Israelis, allowing them to live side by side in peace, security, and dignity. Chile reaffirms its strong commitment to this vision, grounded in international law and humanitarian principle. We recognize the deep historical ties in the profound impact this conflict has not only the region, but also on our nation. Given the presence of the large Palestinian diaspora outside the Middle East, the path to peace must include the immediate cessation of violence, the removal of blockades, the prevent humanitarian aid, and respect for the sovereignty of both states within internationally recognized border. Chile support diplomatic, economic, and multilateral measures that encourage dialogue, accountability, and respect for human rights. It is essential that the international community work together through the UN and other bodies to uphold resolution, support the humanitarian effort, and create conditions conducive and negotiation. Chile stands ready to collaborate with all stakeholders to ensure that this vision become reality. Let us reaffirm
All right,
our
delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, delegates, under the chair's discretion, since we have 7 minutes, we already choose 5 more delegates to speak upon this motion. The next delegate who speak upon this motion is delegates of Italy. Delegates of Italy, your time will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Italy remains committed to the pursuit of a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians. We reaffirm our unwavering support for the two-state solution based on the 1967 borders, with Jerusalem as a shared capital and with full respect for the rights and security of both states. Italy recognizes the legitimation aspirations of the Palestinian people to establish an independent, sovereign, and viable state. At the same time, we emphasize that such a state must emerge through direct negotiation grounded in international law and not through unilateral actions that undermine trust and stability. We are deeply concerned by the ongoing violence, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and the horizons of prospect of peace. Italy urges all parties to cease hostilities, protect civilians, and engage in constructive dialogue. We also stress the importance of supporting institutions that can build up the foundation for a future Palestinian state, including governance, education, and economic development. Furthermore, Italy calls on the international community to work together through the UN, the EU, and the regional partners to revive credible negotiation and uphold the principles enshrined in the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Peace cannot be imposed, but it must be built step
Sorry,
by step.
delegates, your time has elapsed.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we shall move to the next delegates, delegates of France. You may have the floor.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, délégués, chers collègues. France support a motion endorsing the independence of Palestine as part of its long-standing and peaceful and
Sorry, delegate, please turn on your microphone and speak louder.
and a peaceful two-state solution. France has consistently upheld a right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and has condemned the expansion of illegal Israel settlement, which violate international law and absurd peace efforts, as recently emphasized by President Emmanuel Macron and Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot. France is now considering formally recognizing the state of Palestine, a significant step in its foreign policy stance. France has called for a new United Nations Security Council resolution that affirms the 1967 borders and stabilization stronger mechanism for monitoring settlement activity and protecting Palestinian civil rights. France believes the recognition Palestinian
Sorry, delegates, your time has elapsed. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Next, delegates of Switzerland. Delegates of Switzerland, your 90 seconds will start as soon as you start speaking. Thank you. Calling once, delegates of Switzerland. Calling twice.
Switzerland upholding its long-standing tradition of...
Sorry, delegates, please speak louder.
Switzerland upholding its long-standing tradition of neutrality and active diplomacy, believe that a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine must be built on respect for international humanitarian and human rights law, a commitment to non-violence and mutual recognition, and tangible steps towards a viable and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with Israel in peace and security. This moderated caucus aims to open discussion and practical multilateral approaches, including confidence-building measures, support for inclusive dialogue and negotiations, role of international institutions and civil society, humanitarian access and protection of civilians, and legal instruments and peace-oriented diplomacy. Switzerland encourages fellow delegations to share their perspective on how the international community can constructively and impartially contribute to this long-term solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Switzerland. Moving on, delegates of Brunei Darussalam. Delegates of Brunei, you may have a floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The delegation of Brunei Darussalam believes that a just and lasting two-state solution remains the most favorable path toward peace and justice in the region. Brunei supports the full recognition of sovereign Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital, assisting peaceful alongside Israel in accordance with international law. We urge all parties to respect humanitarian law, uphold human dignity, and avoid action that hinder meaningful dialogue. And only through justice, mutual respect, and diplomacy can we achieve lasting peace. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Brunei. And the last speaker upon this motion is the delegates of Sweden. Delegates of Sweden, you may have a floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the situation in Palestine is one of the longest and most painful conflicts in modern history. Sweden recognized the state of Palestine in 2014 because we believe in a future where both Palestine and Israel can live side by side in peace. This is not just a symbolic act. Sweden has also consistently funded UNRWA, supported educational programs in Gaza and the West Bank, and stood for the protection of civilians regardless of nationality. The recent escalation in Gaza, the humanitarian blockade, and attacks on civilians are unacceptable. Sweden calls for immediate ceasefire, full humanitarian access for aid organizations, a return to negotiate international dialogue for a two-state solution. We do not ignore Israel's right to security, but we equally stand for the right of Palestine to dignity, statehood, and safety. Any solution that ignores one-side humanity is doomed to fail. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of Sweden. All right, delegates, we have already conducted several sessions, including the moderated and unmoderated caucus. And now, since we almost reached the Zuhr time, so the chairs decide to suspend the meeting so that no chairs are looking for one specific motion to suspend the meeting. All right, delegates, I hope it's clear. Hold on, delegates. Are there any points or motions on the floor, delegate? Please raise your placard. All right, delegates of China.
The delegates of China would like to raise a motion to suspend the meeting.
All right, thank you so much, delegates of China. And now our meeting is officially suspended until 12:30 p.m. Thank you so much. It's a break time. Now you can go out and do the Zuhur.
Sorry, delegates, before you proceed to the break time, the co-chair would like to remind you that for the next session, it would be focused on the draft resolutions. So it must be noted that in this forum, we will only receive 2 draft resolutions, meaning that we will only have 2 blocks. And with that being said, the submission could be done later on, but you can submit it through completing your draft resolutions through the emails we have sent you previously through the sponsors, and so that we can automatically check it and it would be automatically received by the chairs. I think that's all for the draft resolutions. Yeah, so that's all for the draft resolutions. This is just to help you navigate the next sessions. Maybe you can proceed to focus on discussions regarding your draft resolutions and your positions and your alignments. And yeah, that's all for the announcement of the chairs. You may proceed to the break time. Thank you. Oh yes, since it's the break time, the delegates are allowed to go outside and roam around free.
Makan.
Bye.
Delegates, a reminder for you all, as we are nearly coming to our second session, we remind all delegates to be seated and be prepared for continuing the second sessions. Once again, for all delegates, the next session is about to start shortly. So for delegates, we remind you all to stay seated and be prepared. We remind all delegates to go back to your seats because we are now going to start our second session. And also, as you guys waste more time, you are also wasting more time to prepare your draft resolutions. So keep that in mind. Being that said, we hope that our second session can be continued very soon. We urge all delegates to go back to your seats. All right, delegates, the second committee session is now in order. We will now resume from where we left our previous session. Moving on, we will now begin our roll call. When your country name is being called, please state out if you're present or present and voting. All right. Once again, a reminder, as soon as your country's name is being called, please state out present or present and voting in a very firm way so that you can be recognized and noticed by the chairs. Okay, we can start by the roll call. All right, starting off with Afghanistan. All right. Sorry, my bad. We'll start off with Delegate of Algeria.
Delegate of Algeria is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Argentina.
Delegate of Argentina is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Australia.
Delegate of Australia is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Bahrain.
Delegate of Bahrain is present and voting.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Bangladesh.
The delegates of Bangladesh is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Brazil.
Delegate of Brazil are present.
Thank you. Delegate of Brunei.
Delegates of Brunei Darussalam is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Canada.
Delegate of Canada is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Chile.
The delegate of Chile is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of China.
Delegates of China is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Cuba.
Delegate of Cuba is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Egypt.
Delegate of Egypt is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Ethiopia.
Delegate of Ethiopia is present.
Thank you. Delegate of France.
Delegate of France is present and voting.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Germany.
The delegate of Germany is present and voting.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Ghana.
Delegate of Ghana is
Sorry, delegate of Ghana.
Delegate of Ghana is present.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Indonesia.
Delegate of Indonesia present and voting.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Iran.
Delegate of Iran is voting.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Ireland.
Delegate of Ireland is
Sorry, once again.
present.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Israel.
Delegates of Israel are present and voting.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Italy.
Delegates of Italy are present and voting.
Okay, delegate of Jordan. Calling once, calling twice. Delegate of Jordan, are you present?
Delegate of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is present.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Kenya.
Delegate of Kenya is present and voting.
Delegate of Kuwait.
Delegate of Kuwait is present.
All right. Delegate of Lebanon.
Delegate of Lebanon is present.
Delegate of Libya.
Delegate of Libya are present.
Okay. Delegate of Malaysia.
Delegate of Malaysia are present and voting.
All right. Delegate of Maldives.
The delegate of Maldives is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Mauritania.
Delegate Mauritania are present and voting.
Okay. Delegate of Mexico.
The delegates of Mexico is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Morocco.
Delegates of Morocco is present.
Delegate of Netherlands.
Delegates of Netherlands is present.
Delegate of Nicaragua.
The delegate of Nicaragua is present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Nigeria.
Delegates of Nigeria is present and voting.
Delegate of Norway. Okay, absent. Moving on. Delegate of Oman.
Delegates of Oman present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Pakistan.
Delegate of Pakistan is present and voting.
Delegate of Palestine.
Delegate of Palestine is present.
Okay. Delegate of Qatar.
The delegates of Qatar is present.
Delegate of Russia.
The delegates of Russia is present and voting.
Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Are present and voting.
Thank you. Delegate of Senegal.
Delegates of Senegal are present and voting.
Delegate of South Africa.
Delegates of South Africa is present.
Delegate of Spain.
The delegates of Spain is present and voting.
All right. Delegate of Sudan.
Delegate of Sudan is present.
All right. Delegate of Sweden.
Delegate of Sweden is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Switzerland.
The delegate of Switzerland is present.
All right. Delegate of Syria.
The delegate of Syria is present and voting.
Delegate of Tunisia.
Delegate of Tunisia is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Turkey.
The delegates of Turkey are present and voting.
Delegate of Uganda.
The delegate of Uganda present and voting.
All right. Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
Delegate of the United Arab Emirates is present.
Delegate of the United Kingdom.
Delegates of the United Kingdom is present and voting.
All right. Delegate of the United States.
The delegate of the United States are present and voting.
All right. Delegate of Venezuela.
The delegate of Venezuela are present and voting.
All right. Thank you, Delegate of Venezuela. We have how many? Okay, we have a total number of 55 countries present in the room, which makes for a single motion to pass. We would, a revision. We have 54 present in the room, which makes a single motion to pass. We need at least 27 votes from the delegates. All right, moving on to the next agenda. The chairs are looking for one motion and one motion only to open the debate. So, are there any more motions and any more motions and points on the floor? Please raise your placards immediately. Okay, Delegate of Ethiopia, please state out your motion.
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to propose a motion for open debate.
All right, thank you, Delegate of Ethiopia. Now the second session has officially opened. We will now proceed to the next agenda, which is the general speakers list. Now, under the chair's discretion, we have already prepared a number of delegates who will be speaking on the general speaking list, and that would be, and that will consist of Maldives, Ireland, Qatar, Tunisia. How many? Okay, there would be 10 delegates speaking on the list. All right, we will wait until all the delegates are listed on the list, and then we will begin with the first one of Maldives. All right, 2 more. Okay, so having the countries listed on the general speakers list, we will now move on to the first candidate, the first speaker, which is Maldives. You have 90 seconds to deliver your speech, and the time starts as soon as you speak. Calling once, calling twice. Delegate of Maldives, you have been chosen to be on the general speakers list. We encourage you to give out your speech, and you have 90 seconds to deliver.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salawat and salam to be our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Peace be upon him. Distinguished delegates and all happy participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me welcome and thank you for your attendance at this meeting. We greatly appreciate your active and valuable participation. At this meeting, we will present our responses to the security issue of the Lebanese, Palestinian, and Syrian conflict. The Maldives has a natural position in the Syrian conflict. The Maldives does not explicitly take sides in the Lebanese conflict. The Maldives actively supports Palestinian rights and advocates for a peaceful settlement of the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis. Our solution in resolving the Israel-Palestinian conflict is to conduct a series of negotiations involving both countries. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Maldives. You have actually 40 seconds remaining. How would you like to yield back? How would you like to yield your time? Would you like to yield back to the chairs, or would you like to yield to other delegates?
Back to the chair.
Back to the chair. Thank you. Now moving on to the second speaker, delegate of United States. You have 90 seconds. The time starts as soon as you speak.
Honorable Chair, President, war leaders, ambassador, and distinguished delegates. The United States is very concerned about the ongoing instability in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. In Syria, the threat of terrorism, particularly from ISIS, need to be confronted with firm legal and international action. In Lebanon, we call for stronger humanitarian support and protection for displaced communities. On the Palestine, the United States strongly condemns the terrorism act committed by Hamas and emphasizes its unwavering commitment to Israel's right to protect itself. We are committed to human rights. We urge this assembly to take coordinated, proactive measures to protect international law and guarantee long-term security, including increase the UN oversight, judicial pressure, and humanitarian assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of the United States. Moving on to the next delegate, delegate of Israel. You have 90 seconds to deliver your speech. Yes, the time is yours.
Dear Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Israel firmly believes that sustainable peace in the Middle East must begin with the guarantee of security for all its citizens. For decades, our nation has faced existential threats from both state and non-state actors. Yet, despite these challenges, Israel remains committed to dialogue, regional stability, and the pursuit of peace. We call upon the international community to work together in establishing a multilateral security framework that addresses terrorism, prevents civilian harm, and fosters trust among all regional actors. Lasting solutions cannot be built on cycles of blame. They must be built on security, mutual recognition, and the rejection of violence. Israel will always defend its right to exist and protect its people, but we are equally ready to engage in conversations that lead to a safer, more stable Middle East for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Israel. You have 36 remaining time. How would you like to yield your time?
Back to the chair.
Back to the chair. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Delegate of Turkey, the space is now yours. You may begin your speech as soon as you speak.
Thank you, Delegate Chair. First, Turkey would like to reiterate and emphasize our purpose to attending this UNGA.
Sorry. Hold on, delegates. No, you are not allowed to
Sorry,
speak.
delegate of Iran would like to interrupt. Why this discussion has strayed the other topic?
Sorry, delegates. No, you are not allowed to speak.
Where is your morality? Where is your humanity? Why don't we focus on this discussion at hand? What we should be discussing is the investigation of human rights, securitization. Iran considers that what is happening in Palestine is not a balanced conflict between two parties, but rather unilateral operation by the Zionist Israel entity of Israel against the occupied and blockaded Palestinian people. Indiscriminate airstrikes, the use of prohibited weapons, and the destruction of civilian facilities constitute clear and systematic war crimes. As a country that upholds the principle of Islamic justice and Muslim solidarity, Iran does not separate political solidarity from strategic support. We support the Palestinian people. Their right to resist occupation is guaranteed by international law, including Article 51 of the UN Charter on the right to the self-defense. In total, from early April 2025, the UN has 10,000 deaths since the Gaza collapse. Sorry, Iran is not.
Sorry, candidate of Iran.
Sorry,
Excuse me. Hello.
To coexist with countries that have
Delegates of
diplomatic
Iran, no,
relations
you are not
with
allowed
Israel,
to speak, delegates.
especially Islamic countries. Delegate of Iran walk out this forum.
Excuse me. Thank you for your opinion.
Sorry, Delegate of Iran. Please remain back to your
Thank you,
seats.
Iran.
I'm sorry.
Iran this walk out this forum.
Delegates of Iran, to maintain the conduction of debate, we urge you to go back to your seats and continue the debate. Delegate, so as you may have just have seen, there was an escalation. We would like to remind you all to maintain using the procedures of the debate. So if you have anything to say, if you have a stance to say, please wait until it's your turn. Please wait until the delegates have finished their speeches. You are not allowed to interrupt. However, we have seen the case of interruption done by delegate of Iran. We would consultate with them after this. But what you all can understand from this is that this is what happens in a forum where everything can happen, especially when we have different arguments and different positions. This can happen. So we urge you for the next agendas, especially during the motion statements, please state out your stances and state out your positions as your country towards the issue and maybe respond to what Iran has just stated out. All right, so we can continue. Okay, all right. GSL, all right. All right, since it's still the GSL, we will continue the general. Yeah, all right. So we will continue the general speakers list. Since delegate of Turkey has been cut out, we can give you another opportunity to speak again, or you would like to or you would like to, all right, okay, hold on. Or you would like to respond to the Iran. We also urge other nations or other delegates to, when stating out the motions during the general speakers list, please respond to what just happened, or respond to the emerging thing that just occurred in our debate. Okay, Delegate of Turkey, do you have any points of inquiry?
I do have some type of inquiry to the board of
Yes.
directors. I'm sorry, this is out of my time. I'm not using my speaker's time. I would like to ask this question directly to the board of directors. Can such actions, interrupting a delegate while he's speaking, while he's delivering, is an act of self-defense? It just shows that we are not focused on what we are trying to achieve here. Let me remind you, all of you delegates here, we are trying to achieve peace. Do not forget our mission here. Turkey does not stand for violence. We are focusing on every possible solution that results in peace. That includes two-state solutions. We, delegates of Turkey, are prepared to open any form of relationship with any country that will result in this exchange of possibly fruitful connections. Thank you.
All right, Delegate of Turkey, thank you. The chairs have received your message that yes, it is important for us to maintain the debate and also maintain our behaviors during the procedure of the debate. We will keep that in mind, and also for the other delegates to keep in mind. Okay, moving on to the next delegate is the Delegate of Ireland. You have 90 seconds to speak and also respond to what just happened as soon as you speak. Thank you.
So we regret that any delegation would choose to disagree or disrupt the process of this assembly, while every member state has right to express this disagreement. The purpose of this forum is to engage even when we differ. So, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Ireland expresses its deep concern over the ongoing instability in Lebanon, Palestine, and also Syria. This crisis continues to cause suffering for millions of civilians, and believe that urgent collective action is needed. Ireland strongly supports the principles of the United Nations, especially the protection of human rights, the importance of international law, and peaceful resolution of conflict. Thanks. Back to the chair.
All right, thank you, Delegate of Ireland. Now moving on to, all right, I just received, the chairs has just received a message that the delegate of Iran went out of the room due to its position that it doesn't align with what is being debated in today's discussion. They believe that the discussion orientation is not how it's supposed to be, how we are supposed to be focused on Palestinian matters, how we are supposed to be focused on humanitarian efforts, how we are supposed to focus on genuine help, how we are supposed to focus on Syria and Lebanon, and not about self-priorities, not about self-defense, not about majoring powers. So that is the main messages, the main message from Iran that the chairs would like to also deliver to other delegates to keep in mind, and also maybe state out in your speeches later on. All right, moving on to the delegate of Qatar. You have 90 seconds to deliver a speech. The time starts now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, in the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate,
The state of Qatar reaffirms its strong commitment to peace, stability, and human dignity in the Middle East, particularly in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. In Syria, Qatar supports a peaceful political transition based on UNSC Resolution 2254. We reject military solution and continue to provide humanitarian and aid while promoting inclusive dialogue through the proposed Doha platform. In Lebanon, Qatar views political and economic instability as a shared regional concern. Our approach emphasizes soft power, education, job training, and support for governance reform in partnership with international institutions. In Palestine, Qatar firmly condemns illegal settlements and displacement. We have contributed over $1 billion for Gaza's reconstruction and advocate for international accountability under Resolution 2334. For us, justice for Palestine is essential to achieving lasting peace in the region. We invite fellow member states to uphold international law and strengthen cooperation grounded in humanitarian values. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. Moving on, Delegate of Tunisia, you have 90 seconds. The time starts now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we reaffirm unequivocally the legitimate right of the Palestinian people to independence and sovereignty. Their struggle is not only a regional issue, it is a test of our collective conscience as nation bound by the Charter of the United Nations and Universal Declaration of Human Rights. For Tunisia, the path forward is clear. The two-state solution remains the only viable foundation for peace. An independent and sovereign state of Palestine with as Jerusalem as its capital living side by side with Israel in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Tunisia calls upon all member states to act not with words, but with commitment to uphold justice, to protect human dignity, and to deliver freedom and independence for the people of Palestine, as well as peace and security for the peoples of Lebanon and Syria. Let history not remember us as those who look away. Let history remember us those who stood firm for peace, for justice, and for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Tunisia. Moving on to the next delegate, Delegate of Lebanon. Your time starts now.
We urge Muslim countries and the colonial occupation countries to speak on this topic and invite Iran to this forum. The armed conflict and blocks imposed on Palestinian terrorists, particularly the Gaza Strip, represent one of the most acute humanitarian and political crises in the Middle East. Palestine people have faced systematic displacement, occupation, and military aggression. The 2007 blocks on Gaza is only one phase of much longer and deeply rotten colonial occupation. Foregoing military clashes between the Israel different focus and Palestine resistance groups such as Hamas have significant civilian casualties, include women and children. This ongoing tension action beyond Gaza affecting neighboring states, Lebanon and Jordan through flow and religion stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Lebanon. We would now move on to the next speaker.
Interruption. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will not proceed with this session unless the Islamic Republic of Iran is present. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Delegate of Saudi Arabia. We have recognized your message.
Interrupt. The delegate of Oman will not continue the debate, so if Iran not here.
All right. Thank you, delegates, for your aspirations. Yes, your message has been received by the chairs, and the issue with Iran will be held by the chairs. It is on the process. We encourage you all to remain.
Honorable Chairman. The delegation of Kenya wishes to express that it finds it inappropriate to process with this forum in the absence of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We believe that all relevant stakeholders must be present to ensure a fair and inclusive dialogue. And we want to tell the delegation of Kenya has not yet spoken. Please give our country time to speak in forum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, delegates of Kenya. We have received your aspiration. Yes, that is in order. You have been recognized. The issue with Iran is now being communicated with the chairs and also the others. So we encourage the delegates to remain the debate, and it will, yes, and the aspirations are being held. Okay, moving on to the
Mr. Chairman.
Interruption.
Yes.
Interruption. Delegates of Bangladesh would like to point out of order.
Point of order, yes.
Bangladesh respectfully request all the parties around here, and all the states, that opportunities to speak, raise motions, and participate in caucus are distributed more equally among all delegations. We believe that this will enhance the quality and
Delegate of Lebanon, sorry, you have been cut by the chair. Seeing how there are many aspirations by the delegates, we as chairs encourage you all that you state that during the speeches of your GSL. We would not receive any more interruptions as we are in the midst of a formal forum. We hope you still pay accordance into the rules. So, in order for your opinions and your aspirations to still be delivered, please state that in the GSL. The GSL right now is for Lebanon, so you
interruption. This is multilateral forum. If the Islamic Republic of Iran is not
All right,
present,
thank you so much, delegates
with the
of
next
Saudi
30
Arabia. We
minutes,
already
the Arab
recognize your
delegation
message.
will not
Sorry,
withdraw from
delegations
this
of
session.
Saudi Arabia, we already recognize your message. We are still communicating with delegation of Iran. So please be waiting for that.
We also propose to continue without Iran.
All right. All right, yes.
Interruption. Interruption. The
This
United
is
Arab...
one last interruption, and we would not receive any more interruption because if you delegates keep interrupting, the debate cannot continue. And if the debate cannot continue, there would be no draft resolution. So yes, you may state out your interruption.
The delegates of Turkey would like to use the point of implementary inquiry to the board of directors, which is it also fair that we kick out Iran for speaking up? Personally, I do not mind because they have a point, but though their methods are questionable, I strongly suggest that you, board of directors, reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Turkey, for your aspiration. It has been recognized. To answer your order, no, we cannot accept your offer. Why? Because we have a procedure to be followed, and what happened to Iran was something that was unexpected, so we do not expect other delegates to do the same. However, for the aspirations of Iran, during the moderated or unmoderated caucus, just when this motion statement will begin, hopefully the delegate of Iran will go back to their seats and we can continue the debate. However, for now, we need to complete the GSL in order to finish the first agenda. So, Lebanon, if you have any other more arguments to point out, you have remaining 20 seconds to state that out. Yes, calling to the delegate of Lebanon. You have remaining time. Please state out your speech. The time starts now. Calling once, calling twice, delegate of Lebanon. If not, we would proceed to the next delegate. Delegate, yeah. Yep. Okay, moving on to delegate of Uganda. You have 90 seconds. Once again, if you have anything to say, put that into the GSL. You may state it out in this motion. Delegate of Uganda, you have 90 seconds. Please state out your speech. The time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Republic of Uganda, we are honored to address this estimate assembly on the crucial issue of security in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. We gather today united by our shared commitment to peace, stability, and the protection of human dignity in regions plagued by prolonged conflict. Uganda firmly believes that sustainable security can only be achieved through dialogue, respect for international law, and peaceful resolution of disputes. We commend effort aimed at upholding the sovereignty and rights of all peoples affected and stress the importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing this complex challenge. As an active member of the international community, Uganda reiterates its support for peaceful solution that priorities the welfare and safety of civilians, and we call upon all parties to recommit to negotiation grounded in justice and mutual respect. Let us work together in solidarity to advance durable peace, security, and prosperity for the people of Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine for the benefit of regional and global stability. Thank you. Back to Chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Uganda. Now moving on.
Interruption. The delegates of China would not continue the meetings unless the delegates of Iran are back to their places. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Delegate of China, for your aspirations. Once again, as chairs, we do not have any control and power to do so, yet we do have the efforts to communicate that with all parties here. One thing we can emphasize is that is currently being discussed, and we hope that the delegates right now present in the room still maintain the discussion while other things are being discussed. Thank you. Moving on, Delegate of Argentina, you have 90 seconds. You may state out your speech from now.
Okay. Honorable Chair, representative of the various countries, is in response to the ongoing developments in the Middle East. Argentina expresses deep concern regarding the growing instability and humanitarian suffering in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. In Syria, the continued violence following the collapse of the former regime remains alarming. Argentina condemns all acts targeting civilians and has responded through humanitarian initiatives, including refuge resettlement and scholarships for Syrian youth to pursue education in Argentina. Turning to Lebanon, Argentina has supported the United Nations interim force in Lebanon since 2006. However, due to the recent escalation, we have withdrawn our personnel for safety reasons. We strongly condemn attacks on civilians and reaffirm our stance against terrorism, while supporting Israel's right to self-defense. Regarding the situation in Palestine, Argentina advocates for a two-state solution, a free, independent, and viable Palestinian state coexisting peacefully with Israel. We also call for accountability.
Thank you, Delegate of Argentina. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next delegate, Delegate of Germany. You may now deliver your speech. The time starts as soon as you speak.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we view this crisis as both a strategic interest and an international moral obligation in line with Article 1 of the UN Charter regarding the peaceful resolution of conflict and the respect for human rights. We believe that the two-state solution is the fairest solution for both sides. But we must ensure that a ceasefire is implemented by both parties to guarantee mutual security and permanently halt ongoing attacks. Furthermore, it is essential to ensure that humanitarian aid continues to be delivered to Gaza. The relentless violence has not only led to significant civilian casualties, but also severely hindered the delivery of life-saving aid to those most in need. As a country that strongly upholds human rights and international humanitarian law, Germany believes that immediate, unimpeded humanitarian access must be guaranteed. Only through collective commitment, dialogue, and respect for international law can we pave the way toward peace in the Middle East. We also strongly urge all delegations to remain engaged and
Sorry, delegate of Germany, my bad, your time has elapsed for 17 seconds.
Interruption. If one country leaves and doesn't return to the session, the essence of the multilateralism is lost. So, the Saudi Arabia will walk out from the session.
Sorry, delegates, no. We don't allow you to walk out from the session since we are still communicating with Iran. Sorry, delegates from Saudi Arabia.
Delegates of Oman, because
no delegates, there is no interruption.
Honorable Chairman.
Since there are so many interruptions, so under the chair's discretion, there are no more interruptions.
The interruption. The delegates of United will not like to continue the debate since the Republic of Islam of Iran is no longer present. We demand for the
delegate,
chair
delegate,
will walk
as
out of
the
the floor.
chair, delegate,
Honorable Chairman.
delegate, sorry, as the chair,
Chairman.
we have the right to be listened as we are the leaders of this discussion. Hence, for others, please rely on the chairs and wait until you are allowed or accepted or being chosen. So, for delegates, since there have been many interruptions, we have understood your concerns and we have understand the
Honorable
delegates, Bahrain suggests that we continue this discussion
Sorry, delegate, we have reminded
without
you
Iran because we will still be drafting a resolution, and if this is not implemented, the peace we desire will take longer.
Thank you. Sorry, what delegate was that, if I may know? Oh,
To all delegates, Bahrain suggests that we continue this discussion without Iran because we will still be drafting a resolution. And if this is not implemented, the peace we desire will take longer. Thank you.
Interruption. We need to have Iran back.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, delegate of
No, delegates, we don't.
Sorry? Yeah, thank you, delegate of Kenya, for suggesting we may continue the debate because we still have a draft resolution to make. Thank you for delegate of Bahrain for suggesting that we should continue the debate without Iran since we have other occasions to do. And thank you for others for remaining on the room. With that being said, we have also received news that the delegate of Iran has settled back and they are on the way to come back to the room. And while we do that, and wait for them to become present in the room again, we move on to the next session.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes, sorry. Can you wait until I finish my phrase? Yes, all right. As the chair, since this is going to be the next agenda, under the chair's discretion, we will encourage and urge you all to start an unmoderated
Honorable
caucus.
Chairman, give our country to speak in this forum after this.
All right, yes.
Republic of Kenya.
Thank you. Delegate of Kenya, you have been recognized. Yep, so under the chair's discretion, while the process of other delegates, especially Iran and others, are being processed back into the room, we will continue the next session of an unmoderated caucus. Those who have any points and motions on the floor, please raise your placards now. Oh. delegates, you asked for a continuing of the debate. You asked for a time in the floor, but you are not asking for a motion. So what does that specifically mean? All right, Delegate of Turkey, thank you. Please state out your motion. You have been recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegates of Turkey would like to propose a motion, unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. All right. Thank you, Delegate of Turkey. You have been recognized. That's all. All right. Seeing the time, under the chair's discretion, this motion automatically passes. So, for the next session, we will start the unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. The time for the unmoderated caucus, 20 minutes, start from now.
We want to call Arab country to join us right now, please. Thank you. We want to call Islamic country to come to us right now. Thank you. Pay attention to my voice, please. For those who is an Islamic country, so you could join us right now, please.
All right, delegates, this is just another information from the chair. We would like to inform you that because there are 2 draft resolutions, you are allowed to change your sponsors. So from the given blocks, you are allowed to change your sponsors, but you have to maintain the template that we have. So once again, since there are 2 draft resolutions, you have the right to change the sponsors based on your preferences, but you must keep the template. An additional point, for sponsors, maximum 5 countries. You cannot add more than 5 countries. However, for the signatories, it can be more than 5 and up to the delegates' preferences. All right, delegates, the chairs would like to remind you all that the time has elapsed. The time for the unmoderated caucus has elapsed. We urge all delegates to go back to your seats as we will now proceed to the next agenda. Once again, for all delegates in the room who are still discussing, your time for the unmoderated caucus has elapsed.
Delegates, your unmoderated caucus has elapsed, so now please have a seat since we have to continue our procedures.
All right, thank you, delegates. Since the unmoderated caucus time has elapsed, we will now proceed to the next agenda. Under the chair's discretion, we would move to the GSL. Seeing how there are concerns of some delegates who haven't been given time to speak, so in this opportunity, under the chair's discretion, we would give the opportunity to do so. However, before that, we would also like to welcome back Delegate of Iran. Welcome back to the room and welcome back to the forum. And also for the everyone and all the delegates, we hope that this session can be more effective than what has previously happened. All right, the chosen delegates for the general speakers list is Kenya, Tunisia, and Brunei. So, first one, from the delegate of Kenya, you now have 90 seconds to state out your speech, and the time starts when you speak.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The Republic of Kenya stands before this assembly deeply concerned about the deteriorating security situation in the Middle East, particularly in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. As a nation committed to peace, regional stability, and multilateralism, Kenya believes that not sustainable security can be achieved without justice, dignity, and accountability. In Palestine, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues to escalate with devastating consequences for civilians. Kenya calls for an immediate ceasefire, unrestricted humanitarian access, and the recognition of Palestine's right to exist as a sovereign state under international law. We reaffirm our support for a just and lasting two-state solution based on mutual recognition, peaceful coexistence, and international legitimacy. In Syria, Kenya is alarmed by the ongoing civilian suffering amid protracted conflict. We urge all actors to uphold international humanitarian law, protect civilians, and
Thank you, Delegate of Kenya. Sorry, your time has elapsed. Now we will move on.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the second delegate, Delegate of Tunisia. You have 90 seconds to state out your speech. The time starts now.
Thank you, Chairman. Regarding to Palestine, we strongly reject any form of forced displacement of Palestinians, including proposed relocation to other countries, as it is a form of surrender that threatens Palestinian land right and independence. Tunisia actively provides humanitarian aid and calls for real solidarity from United Nations member states to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Tunisia. Moving on to the next one. However, before that, under the chair's discretion, we would like to inform you that we have added 2 more speakers on the list, that being Qatar and also Ireland. So you may prepare your speeches. Now for Brunei, you have the time. The time starts as soon as you speak.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Brunei deeply values the importance of just and lasting peace in the Middle East, particularly the realization of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. While we support the spirit behind this draft, Brunei has chosen to abstain due concern over certain language that may not reflect a fully balanced or inclusive approach. We remain committed to supporting peaceful solution in accordance with international law, and we encourage further dialogue and cooperation among all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Brunei. Moving on, Delegate of Qatar, you have 90 seconds to state out your speech. The time starts as soon as you speak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Honorable Chair, the Middle East continues to face profound security challenges, with Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon at the heart of ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis. In Palestine, decades of occupation, forced displacement, and military aggression by Israel have resulted in over 50,000 deaths and widespread devastation in Gaza and the West Bank. Meanwhile, the civil war in Syria since 2011 has displaced around 13 million people, exacerbating regional instability and prompting securitization measures towards refugees. Lebanon, on the other hand, is grappling with political fragmentation, economic collapse, and border tension, which deepen insecurity and undermine state capacity. These crises have further driven global securitization trends, shifting humanitarian discourse toward a focus on military threats and control. The international community has made various efforts to address the security crisis in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, but the results have been mixed due to geopolitical complex and the lack of effective law enforcement mechanism.
I assume your speech is done? All right. Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. Moving on, Delegate of Ireland, you have 90 seconds to state out your speech. The time starts as soon as you speak.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Ireland reaffirms its strong commitment to supporting civil society and advancing sustainable peace in Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine. We recognize that lasting peace cannot be imposed from above. It must be built from the ground up. Through inclusive, locally led efforts that reflect the voice and needs of affected communities. In Palestine, Ireland has consistently supported a two-state solution and condemned the ongoing violence and illegal settlement expansion. We have increased our funding for humanitarian relief in human rights accountability and non-violent resistance. In Lebanon, we maintain a strong presence through UNIFIL, where Irish peacekeepers contribute daily to the escalation and civilian protection. Beyond that, Ireland supports local NGOs that promote intercommunal dialogue and protect vulnerable population, including refugees and migrant workers.
In Syria, Ireland has proved over.
Thank you, Delegate of Ireland. Sorry, your time has elapsed. That being said, you are now the last delegate of the general
Thanks.
speakers list. We will now Now we'll proceed to the next agenda, which is motion statement. However, as chairs, we will highly encourage for the delegates to propose an unmoderated caucus in consideration that after this we will focus on our draft resolutions. So after this session, delegates are encouraged to proceed block-based discussions, and we expect that you've already started aligning your positions and proposals, and we suggest that you use your time effectively to refine your content to build a stronger draft resolution. That being said, are there any points and motions on the floor? Those who have any points and motions on the floor, please raise your placards immediately. Yes, Delegate of Ethiopia, please, you have been recognized. Please state out your motion.
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to propose a motion for unmoderated caucus, and the total time is 30 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, delegates. The maximum time for unmoderated caucus is 20 minutes. So it's either you change your motion or you change and revise the time duration. Can you please state out your motion once again?
The delegate of Ethiopia would like to propose a motion for unmoderated caucus, and the total time is 20 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate of Ethiopia. That has been in order. Yes, so under the chair's discretion, this motion automatically passes. However, we would like to give some announcements in advance, and that is in according to the draft resolutions. So as you delegates have known, we only received 2 draft resolutions, meaning that there will only be 2 blocks. These sponsors, however, are open to be changed by the delegates if they prefer to be changed. So you may change the sponsors, however, the template must still be the same as what we have previously sent to the delegates. I hope that's clear, and we can now move on to the unmoderated caucus, focusing on the draft resolutions. 20 minutes starts from now. Delegates, this is an unmoderated caucus. You are allowed to roam free.
All right, delegates, gentle reminder for all of the delegates that since this will be the last session for you to discuss about our issue, so please use your 20 minutes effectively and do discuss about the draft resolutions since it will be the last session for you to discuss about that. Thank you so much.
One more, delegates, just a reminder that you are also allowed to go out of the room if you want to take some snacks or if you want to go to the toilet. However, all discussions must be in the room. Thank you.
Stop mainin jor. Enggak. Kamera, be nice guys, kamera. Ada kamera. Kok nengok kayaknya.
Karena yang lain nggak ada hubungannya sama mereka. Kalau kita masih sama Israel, Inggris, Amerika masih. Tapi mereka kan negara-negara Israel, negara-negara masuk minyak ke belakang. Mereka udah bisa ngolah sendiri gitu. UII paling kaya, mereka langsung masuk Cina. Kenapa nggak butuh Amerika? Gitu loh.
Oke, let's go. Let's go.
Sorry, the chair would like to call a delegate of United Kingdom to come to the chair. We would like to ask an inquiry. Delegate of United Kingdom, it can be one of you or it can be all three of you. Please come to the chair. We would like to ask an inquiry. Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of United Kingdom? Oh yeah. Delegates, one more reminder by the chairs. As much as discussions are valuable, please do not forget to complete the draft resolutions. So don't forget to put your discussions into the draft resolutions. Write them down so that your draft resolutions is completed. Thank you.
Calling out for Liga-Liga Arab, yuk ke belakang yuk.
Sorry, who is speaking right now? It's a gentle reminder for all of the delegates that you still have 1 minute remaining time. So please use it wisely since there will be no more discussion after this. No more discussion after this. Thank you so much.
All right, delegates, seeing the time has elapsed, we now encourage and urge all delegates to go back to your seats as we will proceed to presentation of DR. All delegates, you may go back to your seats as we will proceed the DR presentation. Once again, to all the delegations, please remain back to your seats. Thank you. And also, another matter from the chairs, we urge specifically for draft resolution 1.2 to quickly fill the signatories, as after this, the chairs will lock the Google Docs. So for signatories of draft resolution 1.2, please quickly fill in the delegate names of the signatories. After this, the chair will lock the Google Docs so that the delegates cannot correct or add more information in it. Thank you. Once again, before moving on to the presentation session, we encourage the draft resolution 1.2, specifically for the signatories, to quickly be added into the document, because right now we cannot see any signatories in the document, which means that there's no supportive delegations. There are only 2 countries written. After this, the Google Docs will be closed so that you cannot add it anymore. So once it's still open, please quickly add the signatories. Yep, so we will wait 2 minutes before we continue the presentation session. All right, seeing the time has elapsed, the draft resolution link is now being closed, so there cannot be any more edits towards it. All right, delegates, the committee will now come to order. We are now entering the draft resolution presentation, meaning in this session, there will be no more motion statements, no more general speakers list, but specifically for presenting your draft resolutions. We have received 2 draft resolutions as being recognized. The first one is draft resolution 1.1 being sponsored by Palestine, Iran, China, Russia, and Pakistan. And also the second DR, known as draft resolution 1.2, proposed by the sponsors of Israel, United States of America, United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Indonesia. All right. Before proceeding to the presentation session, I would briefly explain the mechanisms for the presentation. For the presentations of draft resolutions, after we give you the file, we would begin a reading session. So we would have 5 minutes to read both of the DRs. After the reading session, there would be 2 representatives from each block that would move to the podium and deliver their presentation. Now, the representatives are the sponsors of the block of the draft resolutions, but they must be from different nations. So for example, draft resolution 1.1 sponsors are Palestine, Iran, China, Russia, and Pakistan. The sponsors, we can choose 2, maybe Iran and China. So you must choose 2, but they must be from different countries. You would be given an accumulation or a total duration of 7 minutes, being the first 3 minutes for presentation, and then the following 5 minutes for questions and answers. So the sponsors will also then lead the Q&A. I hope that is clear for us to proceed. Is there any inquiries you would like to ask in regards of the draft resolution? All right. Oh, yes, delegate of Turkey, you have been recognized.
The delegates of Turkey would like to question the 1.2 draft resolutions proposed by the countries mentioned. If I'm not mistaken, Turkey was supposed to be a signator. A sponsor. Am I mistaken? Can the delegates of that propose and sponsor the draft please clarify? Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Turkey. Now, in orders of sponsors and signatories, those discussions were being done by the delegates itself. So it's supposed to be under the delegates' understandings as chairs. We are only reading and accepting what we have received. So if there are any miscommunications, you can later on present that during the presentation or Q&A session. All right, I hope that's clear. We would now proceed to the next agenda, which is reading of draft resolutions. Presented in the screen, 2 draft resolutions. We will now begin 5 minutes to read both.
Sorry, from USA will be interrupting. For the Turkey, it was a typo.
Oh, typo. What typo? Can you explain?
It's supposed to be in the sponsor, but yeah, it's on the signators list.
Oh, I see. That should be considered before, during the discussion time, but we have acknowledged that. So maybe, like what we've mentioned before, during the presentations, you can state that out. But for the draft resolutions, we cannot do anything about it because it's already been received. All right. So 5 minutes? Let's go. Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes starting from now.
Point of order. The delegates of Bangladesh want to reviewing the draft resolution because we don't have any access of the file, and we want to make a question, but we don't know how to access the file. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Delegate of Bangladesh. Thank you. Yes, your concern has been noted. During the presentation session, the draft resolution will be exposed and put in the screen, so all delegates are able to see that, and hopefully that can help you formulate the Q&A session.
Sorry, Chair. I cannot read with that font. It's too small for us.
All right, delegates, the time has elapsed for the reading time. We will now proceed to voting of draft resolutions. And regarding the file access. We have communicated to the lecturers and the files are being sent. It's in the process so that all delegates are able to access and see the document. It should be sent to the groups, your class groups. All right, now that the reading session has begun, we will now proceed to voting session, meaning that we need a motion from delegates to specifically introduce a draft resolutions. Either it's the draft resolution 1.1 or draft resolution 1.2. It is up to the proposed motions. So, being that said, are there any motions and points on the floor? Please raise your placards immediately. Delegates, this is to present your draft resolutions. If there is no presentation of draft resolutions, there would be no resolutions for this forum. So once again, this session is to present. But when you state a motion, it's called introduce a DR. But the action is presenting your draft resolution. So the chairs are looking for one motion to specifically introduce the DR. For example, delegate of Indonesia would like to propose a motion to introduce draft resolution 1.1 or 1.2. I hope that's clear. And we can now proceed to the voting session of presentation. All right, are there any more motions and points on the floor? Please raise your placards immediately. All right, Delegate of Mexico, please state out your motion.
The delegates of Mexico would like to raise a motion for introduce the draft resolution from 1.2 first.
All right, thank you, Delegate of Mexico, for the motion. Under the chair's discretion, this motion automatically passes. So, calling for the sponsors or representatives of draft resolution 1.2, you may come forward to the podium to presentate your draft resolutions. So we are calling the representatives, the two delegates, to come to the podium. Delegates, we quickly urge you, since we have limited time, so if you are being called, especially after a motion is being proposed, please come forward. This is the last session of our forum, which is to presentate the draft resolutions. So the motion proposed was draft resolution 1.2. To the representatives, please come forward.
Come on, delegates.
The United States of America and the United Kingdom would like to present.
Sorry, delegates, can you repeat it?
Oh, you would like to presentate? Yes, please directly come forward.
The United States of America and the United Kingdom would like to presentate the draft resolution.
All right, yes, you have been acknowledged. Please come directly to the stage and present the draft resolution. All right, we would like to remind you again that you have 7 minutes in total. The 3 minutes will be for your presentation, and the remaining 5 minutes for Q&A. All right, delegates, whenever you're ready, you may begin your speech.
Yes.
Delegates, we have limited time, so please directly presentate your draft resolution.
Honorable Chairman and distinguished delegates, we are from United Kingdom and United States of America. Would like to present to you guys about the draft resolution 1.2 on the topic self-defense response to the terror threat, with the sponsor Israel, United States of America, United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Turkey. It's a mistake, and we write down Indonesia instead. With the signatories Bahrain, Italy, Sweden, Ghana, Morocco, Spain, Argentina, Egypt, Australia, Netherlands, Canada, Turkey. Sorry, it's also a mistake. It's supposed to be Indonesia, Jordan, and Switzerland. The General Assembly, recognizing the inherent right of all sovereign nations to self-defense, as enshrined in Article 51 of the UN Charter, concerned by the escalating threat of terrorism posed by non-state armed groups operating across national borders, particularly in the Middle East, acknowledging past and ongoing attacks targeting civilians, infrastructure, and government institutions in Israel and other states, emphasizing the obligation of international community to combat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, as outlined in UNSC Resolution 1373 and subsequent counter-terrorism frameworks, stressing that counter-terrorism efforts must be conducted in accordance with international humanitarian law and human rights law, recalling the rights of every state to secure its citizens from imminent threats posed by terrorist organizations such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and ISIS, aligned factions in Syria and Lebanon.
The first resolution, draft resolution, calls for the implementation of targeted and proportional penalties against the states of Israel in response to its continuous violation of international law and human rights norms, including...
Sorry, delegates, sorry for the interruption. Since the presentation time is only 3 minutes, yes, so the time has already elapsed. However, you still have time to stand here, but it is for the question and answer. All right, so now we open the session for question and answers. For any delegates who wish to ask questions regarding draft resolution 1.2, please raise your placards immediately. Okay, Venezuela, you can state out your question.
Okay, for the question is, how can you speak of terrorism and supporting peace while funding for the jets that bomb children and hospitals in Gaza? And you speak of a two-state solution. Yet this resolution allows Israel to retain stolen land and declare Jerusalem an international city. What kind of justice is that? Thank you.
Is it clear enough, delegates? Or do you want them to repeat, or it's clear? Clear, okay, you may answer.
Israel, it's just self-defense because the first one who attacked Israel is Palestinian. So, of course, Israel admitted that when they bomb or attacking the public service is not allowed. And of course, in this draft resolution, Israel would like to admit it and pay the penalty for the damage. And then
we think this is the best solution because Palestinian had the more percentage of the areas more than Israel.
Okay, I would like to interrupt. You say you would like to pay the final penalty about
Sorry,
the damage.
delegates, there is no interruption. The only moment you're allowed to speak is question and answer. All right, so if you wish to speak, please raise your placards for questions. Okay, you may continue. You may continue.
I think it's done for Venezuela's questions.
Yes, since we have remaining time, who else would like to speak? Wait until I finish my phrase. Yes, those who have questions, please raise your placards immediately. Ethiopia, please state out your question.
Thank you for your opportunity. So the question is, what mechanism will ensure that economic sanction and ICC investigation are not politicized or selectively applied in a way that undermines the credibility of international institutions? Thank you.
I'm sorry for the delegates of Ethiopia. Ethiopia, can you repeat the question once again?
What mechanism will ensure that economic sanctions and ICC investigation are not politicized or selectively applied in a way that undermines the credibility of international institutions?
What kind of financial penalty? Okay, so the question is about how is going to be the financial responsibility, financial penalty that Israel has to give to Palestinians. The penalty would be the rebuild and fixing the damage that Israel has caused to Palestinians, and also giving the right aid till the next several years until the Palestinian goes to normal condition again. Thank you.
Right, last question. Are there any more questions on the floor? Please raise your placards immediately. Yes, China, you have been recognized.
Regarding the third resolution on your draft, which is proposes a territorial division wherein the state of Israel shall retain no more than 40% of pre-1967 Palestinian lands. How is it relevant, and how this could be implemented when the resolution 242 from 1967 has been adopted, and it is stated there that the Jerusalem region belongs to the Palestine? So what is your legal reasoning to divide the Palestine region? Thank you.
Okay, for the question is, why is the territorial of Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem is given to Israel, fully given to Israel, but in the past that the law say that the territorial of Al-Aqsa belongs to Palestinian? It's because we will pass any resolution that support two states as international law, and we'll use it to rectify any mistakes have been made. Thank you.
Is that enough, delegates? All right, seeing the time has also already elapsed, being 7 minutes in total, thank you for your presentation. Please give a round of applause. You may now go back to your seats. Thank you. Okay, under the chair's discretion, since we only have one last draft resolutions, we will now quickly proceed to presenting draft resolution 1.1. So now we call upon the two representatives from that draft resolutions. You may now come forward to the podium and presentate the draft resolution. Calling the representatives from draft resolutions 1.1. Please come to the stage as it is your turn to presentate. The sponsors for draft resolution 1.1, we encourage you to come to the stage.
Question?
Yes?
Is it okay if the presentation is delivered by non-sponsor or signatories representative?
It has to be from the sponsors itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, one more time. Considering the time, we need the representatives from draft resolution 1.1. For those who are the sponsors, please come to the stage, two representatives to deliver your presentation. Draft resolution sponsors consist of Palestine, Iran, China, Russia, and Pakistan. Please quickly choose. All right, I see one delegate. Okay. As before, 7 minutes, 3 minutes for presentation. We'll wait for the time. 3 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for Q&A. All right, delegates, your time starts as soon as you speak.
The General Assembly, guided by the principle of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Geneva Convention, practically regarding the protection of civilians in conflict guns, reaffirming the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations and the necessity of upholding international humanitarian law. Deeply concerned about the continual violation of basic human rights and humanitarian access in the occupation Palestinian territories, parts of Syria and Lebanon, recalling relevant UN resolution, including UNGA Resolution 194, UNSC Resolution 242, and UNHRC Resolution 36, which affirm the rights of return, the illegality of settlement expansion, and the need to protect civilians. Alarmed by the blockade and military aggression, leading to a humanitarian crisis in Gaza and other affected regions, recognizing the need for impartial humanitarian assistance, reconstruction, support, and international accountability. Condemns the blocking of distribution of humanitarian in Gaza and considers that its distribution channel be opened immediately to support the effort of the UN and other humanitarian agencies in carrying out their responsibility. 2. Request the increasement of refugee funding and protection towards refugees in Palestine, Syria, Lebanon from UNRWA. 3. Demands UN to make a protect safe zone for the Palestine. 4. Further request to all parties involved and without exception to immediately implement the provision contained in Resolution 2735, including the immediate release of prisoners, permanent withdrawal of Israeli forces from Palestine, return of civilians in Palestine and the Gaza area. 5. Calls upon action to the international community to provide more.
Thank you. Representatives from DR 1.1, your time has elapsed. Now we are open to question and answers. For those who have any questions on the floor, please raise your placards immediately. Delegate of Kenya, you have been recognized.
How will the resolution ensure Israel complies with full troop withdrawal?
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for the question. It is mentioned in our resolution number 4. We further request all parties involved and without exception, meaning that all countries in this room to implement the provisions contained in Resolution 2735 to at the very least monitor, and if there is any inconvenient or any further if there is any other resolution being disrespected by the Israeli forces, then we have to give them sanctions, or at the very least, we were going to make another dialogue, such as mentioned on our 8th resolution. So at the very least, all countries here can participate by monitoring, and if you have more power, and if you wanted to report Israel to the UN, you are allowed to. That's why we propose this resolution in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on the floor? Sorry, you have to wait until I finish my phrase. If you have any questions, please raise If you have any questions on the floor, please raise your placards immediately. Okay, Delegate of Turkey, you have been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition, delegates of the chairs. Turkey would like to inquire about the point number 6, I presume, the encourages conflict resolution through a two-state solution, especially supporting the sovereignty of Palestine. Is it fair that you only support one of those countries? You do not even mention the state of Palestine. So, to me, reading this, it only sounds to me as a pro-Palestine state. You should not use the words or the terms two-state solutions if you only propose a solution for one of the states. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the delegates of Turkey, for the question. So here we stated that we encourage the conflict resolution through a two-state solution, especially supporting the sovereignty of Palestine. Why do we mention Palestine here? Because Palestine is the one country that is being illegally expanded by the Israel, and also there's the genocide has been happening in Gaza Strip, which is the part of Palestine. That's why we are supporting all the countries here, present here, to support the sovereignty of Palestine first, to be able to fully implement the two-state resolution. Because if you do not respect the sovereignty of Palestine itself, the two-state solution cannot be implemented. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, delegates, there are no claps for this session. There are no applause for the Q&A session. Yes, moving on to the last question. Are there any points and motions on the floor? Delegate? No. Okay, Delegate of United States of America, you have been recognized.
Okay, so from the United States of America, the question is, how do you ensure that the establishment of a protected safe zone in Palestine is not used by armed groups such as Hamas to strengthen its military position? And what concrete steps will be taken to ensure Israel's security in the region?
Okay, thank you for the question, the delegates of United States of America. First of all, why do we propose this resolution? Is because we noticed that there is no safe zone in Palestine, including for the refugees. Israel has been bombing and even attacking those refugees, people, and even humanitarian aid assistance comes to Palestine.
The time has elapsed. Thank you very much. You may now end your presentation. Please give a round of applause. You may now go back to your seats. All right, delegates, since there have been 2 draft resolutions already being presented, now we will proceed to the voting. Now, the voting will determine which resolution would be our official resolutions of this forum or diplomatic course. So, the chairs are looking for a specific motion to vote upon a DR. Are there any points and motions on the floor? Please raise your placards immediately. Delegate of Turkey, you have been recognized.
Thank you. Delegates of Turkey demanded that China change their solution into a pro-Palestine state.
I'm sorry, Delegate. This is only for motions for voting on a DR. We can no longer accept any more comments or feedbacks. Thank you. All right, are there any more motions on the floor? Please raise your placards now. Delegate of Ethiopia, you have been recognized.
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to open a motion for the
Laughing is not in order. The example is Delegate of Algeria would like to raise a motion to vote upon DR1 or DR2. Sorry, Draft Resolution 1.1 or Draft Resolution 1.2. Is that clear? You may now restate your motion.
Delegate of Ethiopia would like to for voting 5.2 draft resolution. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that once again?
Delegate of
Excuse me. Delegate of Ethiopia would like to open voting for 1.2 from draft resolution.
All right, thank you. Thank you, delegates of Ethiopia. Now we'll proceed to voting on resolution draft resolution 1.2. Okay, we will now begin the session. All right, so those who are in favor of this draft resolution, you may now state out and we will call your country's name one by one, and if your country's name is being called, please state out if you are in favor. Once again, you cannot abstain in the voting process. You must be in favor or not in favor. All right, starting from Delegate of Algeria.
The delegate of Algeria is against the draft resolution 1.2.
All right, no. Delegates, since the time, you can just state out no or yes. Thank you. Okay, Delegate of Algeria, abstain. Sorry, no. All right. Delegate of Argentina.
The delegates of Argentina is yes.
Delegate of Australia.
Delegate of Australia is yes.
Delegate of Bahrain.
The delegates of Bahrain is yes.
Delegate of Bangladesh.
No.
Delegate of Brazil.
Delegate of Brazil is no.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Brunei.
The delegates of Brunei, yes.
All right, thank you. Delegate of Canada.
Delegate of Canada is yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Chile.
Delegate of Chile, no.
Thank you. Delegate of China.
Delegates of China is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Cuba.
Delegates of Cuba is yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Egypt.
Delegate of Egypt is in favor.
Yes. Thank you. Delegate of Ethiopia.
Delegate of Ethiopia is no.
Thank you. Delegate of France.
The delegate of France is yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Germany.
Delegate of Germany is yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Ghana.
Delegate of Ghana is yes.
Sorry?
Delegate of Ghana is yes.
Yes. Thank you. Delegate of Indonesia.
Delegates of Indonesia would like vote no.
Please state out clearly.
No.
No. Thank you. Delegate of Iran.
Delegates of Iran, no.
No. Thank you. Delegate of Ireland.
Delegates of
No.
Delegate of Israel.
The delegate of Israel is yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Italy.
Yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Jordan.
The delegate of Jordania is yes.
Delegate of Kenya.
Delegate of Kenya is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Kuwait.
The delegate is quite especially no.
Sorry? No. All right. Delegate of Lebanon. Please
It's
turn-
no.
Thank you. Delegate of Libya.
Delegates of Libya is no.
No. Thank you. Delegate of Malaysia.
Delegate of Malaysia is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Maldives.
The delegates of Maldives is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Mauritania.
Delegates of Mauritania is yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Mexico.
The delegates of Mexico are not in favor.
All right. Thank you. Delegate of Morocco.
The delegates of Morocco would like to say yes.
Yes. Thank you. Delegate of Netherlands.
Yes.
Thank you. Delegate of Nicaragua.
No.
Thank you. Delegate of Nigeria.
A delegate of Nigeria, no.
Delegate of Oman.
The delegates of Oman voting for no and free Palestine.
Thank you. Delegate of Pakistan.
Delegate of Pakistan votes no on draft resolution 1.2.
All right. Thank you. Delegate of Palestine.
Delegates of Palestine is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate is Qatar is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Russia.
Delegates of Russia is not in favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia totally no.
Thank you. Delegate of Senegal.
The delegate of Senegal is no.
Thank you. Delegate of South Africa.
Delegate of South Africa, no.
Thank you. Delegate of Spain.
The delegate of Spain is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Sudan.
Delegate of Sudan is not in favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Sweden.
The delegate of Sweden is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Switzerland.
Delegates of Switzerland is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Syria.
Delegate of Syria is a no.
Thank you. Delegate of Tunisia.
Delegates of Tunisia is no.
Thank you. Delegate of Turkey.
The delegates of Turkey is yes.
Okay. Delegate of Uganda.
Delegate of Uganda is yes.
All right. Thank you. Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
The delegates of United Arab Emirates is against this draft resolution.
All right. Thank you. Delegate of United Kingdom.
The delegates of United Kingdom are in favor.
All right. Delegate of Venezuela.
Delegate of Venezuela is no.
No. Yes. And sorry, we skipped one. Delegate of United States.
The delegates of the United States is yes.
Excuse me, there is a mistake from our delegates. The delegates of Cuba is no.
The United States is yes.
Delegates, we would like to urge you that you have to make your opinion once we call your names. There should be no revisions. Please keep that in mind. Thank you. All right. All right, delegates, seeing the result of the vote, turns out this draft resolution fails since there is 34 noes. All right, so since draft resolution 1.2 has failed, that makes the draft resolution 1.1 automatically passes. All right, since the resolutions have been made, we would now end the session. So it would be the adjournment of the debate. So now the chairs are looking for one motion and one motion only to adjourn or close the debate. Those who have motions on the floor, please raise your placards. Yes, Delegate of Turkey, you have been recognized.
The delegates of Turkey would like to adjourn this UNGTA meeting.
Under the chair's discretion, this motion automatically passes. And the debate has finished. Thank you. All right, so the session is finished. How do you guys feel? Not good? Not great? Good, all right. Yeah, because after this, there would be an awarding session. So the committee has chosen names of delegates. Yes. So, like I mentioned before, there would be awarding sessions. But before that, the chair is interested into hearing your opinions or your stories or your reflection of this debate. So we would like to open the floor for any delegates. It doesn't have to be formal since it's already the end, to maybe just share your experiences. How was the diplomatic course today? Yeah. Should they go in the front? Yes, you can state that from where you are sitting down. Oh yeah, Delegate of United Kingdom, go ahead. Oh, you can, oh yeah, you can.
Test, okay, so this is the practice diplomacy that we are waiting for since the first time we get into the international relation of UII. So finally we get in on this place, ballroom, wearing suits, sitting on our table using our laptop and mic, just like diplomats out there. We doing what anyone else doing in there in United Nations. And here we go. We know how. For me, it's an amazing experience that I try to supporting something that I don't like, that I have to fight for something that it's literally hard to fight because it's not worth to fight, especially about Israel. Because who is gonna supporting them over all of us? Even the delegates of Israel itself is not wanna be in this place to be Israel for the first place. Okay, it's a hard decision. It's a hard position to be in the opposite to be placed as a sponsor of draft resolution 1.2, especially when we're fighting our arguments with China, Russia, and Palestine. So basically, yeah, we're gonna be lose from the beginning. We are very, very sure that we're gonna fail the draft, because the reality is nobody support Israel. I think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of United Kingdom, for sharing. And now it's the time for awarding session, and this would be done by.
Okay, thank you very much, BOD, Mbak Sylvia, Mas Haikal, and Aiska, and let's give applause to our BOD. So everyone, we really appreciate your enthusiastic participation today, and I see that one day is not enough, but actually that's just, we hope that it can be a priceless experience for today, and we hope that it can inspire you to continue this skill, maybe to join other communities for like MUN and so on and so forth. So before I announce the awarding today, I would like to remind you all that the session today, I mean that this is still the end of the one session, and we will have another session after this. Will be started in 6 p.m. So we hope you, especially participants or delegates who have registered online in the Google form, we remind you all to join again after Salat Maghrib, after pray Maghrib in 6 p.m. to register again and to join the table manner session, right? So after this, you can, you are free to have a photo session or to have a rest here in this room, or to visit a mall nearby here. It is also okay. If you want to change your dress, yeah, to be, maybe you want to show another outfit, yeah. But if you just still want to use the dress you are using now, no problem, right? So that's my announcement, the first announcement to you all. So I would like to repeat again in bahasa Indonesia. Jadi teman-teman semua yang sudah mendaftar untuk table manner nanti malam, silahkan berkumpul kembali jam 6 setelah maghrib untuk registrasi ulang dan kemudian ikut, ya. Itu bagi yang khusus telah mendaftar. Jadi yang tidak pernah mendaftar, berarti this session is the end of your session today, and you can leave and you can back again to your family. So everyone, let's announce the awarding today. And for the first award is on best delegates, right? And I invite okay, best delegates. Best delegates, and I don't want to announce it by myself. I will give to our BOD to announce one by one, because we have three awards. And I hope that the delegates that have been mentioned, I hope you to stand in your seat to greet others, to show yourself, right? But we don't have anything to give you, just applause later, yeah? So I invite Mr. Chairman to announce the best delegate for today's meeting. Okay, please.
All right, delegates, for the first award, best delegates goes to delegations of, drumroll please, comes to delegates of Turkey. Give applause for delegates of Turkey.
Okay, congratulations to delegates of Turkey. And the next award, honorable mention, and I invite our co-chair to announce the honorable mention.
All right, the next award is the honorable mention. The winner? Yeah, the winner of honorable mention goes to, drum roll please. Oh, not yet. Okay. Honorable mention goes to, oh, not yet, not yet. Goes to China.
Okay, and the last award, the last, right? The last, I invite our rapporteur, Mbak Sylvia Jultikasari.
Okay, the winner of past position paper goes to Pakistan. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Turkey, China, and Pakistan. So everyone, by the end of the announcement, let's close our session today, our meeting today, by reciting Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, and see you again after break, after praying Maghrib in 6 p.m. and don't leave, yeah, and don't forget to come again and to register again and join the table manner session in the after Maghrib prayer. So let's close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh yes, one more. We would have a photo session. So we call all delegates to maybe come near the stage, and it would be coordinated by the committee.
Oke, kita akan foto bersama teman-teman sekalian. Mungkin yang pertama ini ya, semua panitia dan teman-teman dosen, semua teman-teman mahasiswa bisa duduk di tempat, nanti difoto dari sini, ya enggak sih? Jadi sebelum maju semua, teman-teman dosen, teman-teman panitia bisa berada di tengah-tengah sini, kemudian nanti yang foto dari depan sini, foto ke belakang dulu baru kita ngumpul depan. Oke, teman-teman dosen, sebelum kita ngumpul depan sini dulu. Oke, saya undang teman-teman dosen untuk maju ke depan, kita akan foto bersama. Ini kalau nggak ada yang dengerin saya pulang nih. Atau saya akan mengundang Pak Majid untuk menyumbang lagu dulu. Oke, kayaknya nggak ada yang mau foto bersama ya. Oke. Kita di tengah dulu semua teman-teman panitia, dosen, tutor, semua teman-teman tim. Silakan, mungkin Mas di sini dulu ya, foto dari atas ke bawah, baru nanti silakan bisa foto ngumpul di sini gitu. Ya kita nanti semua tim peserta kayaknya di kursi masing-masing dulu ya. Habis itu baru maju ke depan sini. Jadi kita foto dalam formal session dulu gitu ya. Formal session. Oke Dik, aman Dik? Bisa nggak Dik kayak gitu? Cukup nggak Mas kira-kira kalau? Ya kan dari tadi saya bilang dosen-dosen suruh maju.
Teman-teman staff dan dosen dan tutor bisa ke depan yuk.
Dipercepat.
Ayo.
Udah mau maghrib ini. Kita di situ dulu ya.
Ke bawah.
Baru kita ke atas nggak? Oke. Kita di situ dulu.
Teman-teman dosen, ibu, bapak, monggo di tengah. Ngadepnya ke layar depan. Yes, betul.
Satu, dua,
Ibunya yang di belakang.
Satu, dua, tiga.
Satu lagi.
Kenapa ini?
Interruption. Oke. 3, 2, 1. Lagi 3, 2, 1. Lagi lebih keras. 3, 2, 1.
Oke, lanjut ambil video ini. Tiga, dua, satu.
Iya kan?
Oke, ulang ya, tag video. Diulangi sekali lagi tag video. 1, 2, 3.
Oke, teman-teman mahasiswa bisa maju ke depan. Kita foto bareng semua di depan.
Tes.
Semua peserta bisa maju ke depan untuk foto bersama. Ayo. Mungkin Bapak Ibu dosen di depan sini ya. Ini loh. Teman-teman mahasiswa menyesuaikan yang posturnya tinggi-tinggi bisa di belakang. Silakan. Ayo, waktu. Oke, teman-teman mahasiswa bisa ke depan.
Satu orang yang ngerjain.
Habis sesi ini kalian boleh foto-foto sebebas-bebas.
Hai. Halo.
Pak Jati belum masuk tadi ya? Kita ulang yang tadi ya? Ayo teman-teman mahasiswa. Ayo deh kita baris di sini. Dosen-dosen, teman-teman tutor, panitia.
Jordan kuat.
Mungkin yang putri di sini, yang putri di sini. Ayo. Sini. Hanura. Ayo kita foto bareng teman-teman Agak merapat ke panggung. Yuk. Merapat ke panggung.
Cop, segera.
Ayo
Segera, cop.
Ayo merapat ke panggung, ayo. Ke panggung teman-teman. Ayo, ke panggung. Di sini depan TV.
Teman-teman Camaba mungkin boleh ikut ke depan.
Merapat ke panggung teman-teman. Yuk, agak ke belakang yuk. Kita belum bisa foto bareng kalau enggak ini. Ayo merapat ke panggung.
Munduran yang kiri, yang kanan agak mundur, masih ada space yang kosong.
Ayo mundur, ayo mundur.
Mepet panggung.
Cek. Teman-teman semuanya agak mundur. Yang dekat-dekat dengan taman ini tolong mundur semua ya. Yang jangan sampai nyentuh taman, mundur semua. Jangan sampai nyentuh taman. Mundur semua ya. Oke, jangan sampai nyentuh taman. Biar semuanya masuk frame.
Teman-teman nanti ada sesi foto sendiri.
Oke, sudah mundur.
Foto-fotonya
sudah
nanti dulu.
mundur, sebagian duduk, jongkok mungkin juga ya. Ini yang di sini agak mundur juga, jangan maju lagi. Halo yang di kanan jangan maju lagi teman-teman. Mundur.
Ayo, mundur ya baru kita sholat duhur, sholat asar.
Sebagian mungkin bisa agak jongkok ya.
Ayo, siap semua, siap. Siap semuanya, siap. Kita hitung ya, Ayo yang di belakang, Mbak Dia, sini. Ayo, yang belakang bisa naik kursi, naik kursi yuk. Naik meja, nih. Meja. Naik. Oke, kita hitung ya. Oke, siap kita hitung ya. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Oke, lanjut lagi. 1, 2, 3.
Enggak, jangan tinggi-tinggi dong, angkatnya yang belakang nggak kelihatan, woi. Plakatnya di tengah aja, depan dada aja, jangan tinggi banget.
Ya, mulainya. Yo. 1, 2, 3.
Plakatnya turunin dikit, woi, plakatnya. Ya.
Oke, sudah ya. Oke, udah.
Perhatikan teman-teman, untuk agenda table manner nanti, teman-teman harus sudah ada di sini sebelum jam 6 ya. Jadi sebelum jam 6 sudah harus ada di sini dan nanti registrasi kembali.